welcome you inside Doug Kingsmore Stadium here in beautiful Clemson, South Carolina. A great Saturday for ACC baseball as the Tigers have a chance to take a series in the ACC against the top 10 foe, the North Carolina Tar Heels. Hi, everybody. Alongside Coach Tom Reginas, I'm William Qualcomm. Thanks for joining us today. TR, yesterday we saw a Clemson team play one of its best games of the year against the North Carolina team coming on the road, lost for the first time all year away from home. Yeah, I think when you look at what they've done this last week and then look at last night, all three phases, outstanding. And I think that's what Eric was looking for, is to get these guys going in the right direction. I think that's what the California trip did, and they just kept the momentum going. But you look at the pitching, the defense was outstanding and timely hitting. No doubt about it. Let's take a look at maybe what North Carolina contributed. I know the coaching staff there not pleased with the way that they played. It started early with this ball in the gap, and it kicked away, allowing a run to score. Yeah, I think talking to the coaches, one of the benefits of the North Carolina program this year is their defense, right? They're number one in the ACC. I think they're 15th overall, and the defense, wasn't up to their standards. A lot of strikeouts, too. 16, as a matter of fact, between Aiden Canuck and then Hayden Simerson slammed the door on a 9-5 Tigers win. And now let's look at Jack Crichton. The damage that he did with his bat, this guy is the hottest hitter in the lineup. Well, you look what he does all year. He used the middle of the field. And he did that last night with the 2 doubles and then the home run right there. Just a very professional hitter in how he uses the whole field. Here's a look at the starting 9 today for the Tar Heels as they look to turn things around. It's a really good lineup. 4 left-handed bats against Michael Sharman, all very capable players, and right there at the top, Jake Schaffner, a very good hitter. Yeah, I think Jake Schaffner, talking with the coaching staff of North Carolina, he's a table setter. And they did a really nice job with him in the portal, North Dakota State, and he's really fit in well with the culture of North Carolina. You see that starting 9, again, a team that really hit the ball pretty well yesterday, just didn't get a lot to show for it for most of the game. They got their work cut out for him today. Sub-3 ERA left-hander, transfer from Tennessee, Michael Sharman. Yeah, Michael Sharman, you can see a fastball, 87, 89, slider, curveball, changeup. He's going to use his changeup quite a bit. Sometimes it's almost a 50-50 mix with Sharman. Line drive on the first pitch as we're underway. Quickly, Schaffner is retired, and that really is where Michael Sharman would like to live. Probably more on the ground than in the air, but quick outs is the name of his game. Yep. And then, but also with Schaffner, he wants to get to that first fastball, especially when you're left on left. He gets that first fastball and attacks it, and both sides. Only 8 walks there in 43 2/3 innings for Sharman. He is coming off a dazzling outing. And I think that's really good for your defense too, right? You know they're going to put the ball in play. He's going to throw strikes. I mean, from the coaching staff standpoint, from the defensive standpoint, you want a guy that's going to put the ball in play. Gavin Gallagher can do that. He went 2 for 5 yesterday. Top 7 guys in the batting order for the Tar Heels had at least 1 hit yesterday, but again, the run scoring a little bit of a problem. I think they just need timely hitting. That's one thing that Clemson had. Yesterday had great timely hitting. North Carolina, they didn't have the timely hits. Ground ball. Looky what Sharman found. Boy, that is going to be worth another look or two. A nifty backhanded snag on the mound. A little PFP right there, right? Fielding your position. When your pitcher can field his position, that's just another defender that you have on the mound. Not a hard hit, but even so. That's behind the back. Nice. That's right now. That may be a top 10 Sports Center play right there. You never know. I'll nominate it. First pitch hack and Eric Paulson. Yeah, they like Eric Paulson, another transfer from Stony Brook. Just fits into the culture of North Carolina. Great defensive player and actually coming into his own offensively in the ACC. Paulson, a power left-handed bat, but he's over 300 against left-hand pitching. Really not strong splits, and you'll see that the lefties in this lineup, the guys that are in there for Scott Forbes, they've shown they can hit a left-handed arm. They do, and if you watch them, you look at their spray charts, they use the whole field.
they do a really good job staying on the pitch. That's a very good pitch right there on the outer half.
How about one ball in a 1-2-3 top of the first for Michael Sharman? Lineup for the Clemson Tigers. This order, not a lot of change, and rightfully so, because Jackson Moore, that bottom third of the order delivered, and Moore was a big part of the Tigers scoring runs. He drove in 4 last night.
Well, I think when you have 2 injuries like they do to 2 of their guys that are everyday players, it's the next man up mentality, and Jackson Moore has been the next guy up. You saw it coming out a little bit out in California, had some starts the last game and then the last game at Stanford, and he's starting to produce, and those are the kind of guys that need you to step up when a couple of your guys go down with injuries.
7 righties in the lineup today for Erik Bakich, facing a right-hander, Ryan Lynch. Just a big, strong-looking right-handed arm from New Jersey.
I think it's your typical North Carolina starter, right? A big right-hander, power arm, electric stuff. You know, he's going to be 94, 97. He's got a little ride, got a little sink to it. You're going to see a slider 85, 86. That's hard. It's a hard slider. He'll use his changeup. He'll mix in the changeup, but he's majority fastball slider. Last year he was a reliever. Now he's moving into the starting role, so he's got that mentality as a reliever that he's just going to come right at you.
44 strikeouts in 44 innings, also given up 43 hits. There's a guy that will be around the plate.
Yep. Just strong with some really good sink to his fastball. He's actually a draft-eligible sophomore also.
Bryce Clavon steps in. Clavon has manned that leadoff spot. 265 hitter. He takes a strike, 95 from Lynch.
He's another guy that's next man up. He's gotten some starts as of late, and he's done a really nice job in that leadoff position. Sets the tone for the Tigers.
1 for 4. Reached base a couple of times yesterday. Got caught stealing. Got caught between first and second on an errant throw. So a couple outs on the bases, but I think you'll take that. There's a level of aggression that he brings that this team needs.
I think I was just going to mention that. Sometimes when you make mistakes on the bases and they're aggressive, there's not a lot of coaching points right there. If your guys are going to be aggressive, they make mistakes, you want them to be aggressive mistakes.
Lynch is ahead of him. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And he takes that fastball away.
He's going to work that glove hand side. Especially with his slider. He really works that glove hand side with the slider. He doesn't have a lot of front door sliders.
See the deep breaths on the hill. There's that slider. He couldn't find the zone. 3-2.
Done a good job working that 3-2. Big pitch right here.
That is a wipeout slider too, and so if you're a hitter there, you may see it again. Foul tip on the fastball, and that caught our catcher.
Yeah, and that's a good point. A lot of times when you see a pitcher 2-2, and whatever he throws 2-2, he usually will go 3-2, but he didn't. He went back to his fastball right there. Had a little sink to it at the end.
Winslow caught that one. Ooh.
Yeah.
Right underneath.
Walked that one off a little bit.
Yeah, you're going to get about as much time as you need after that.
That's exactly right. The catching position is not an easy position. There's a little toughness that has to go on with that position.
Everybody's ready again. Got him. That's a tough fastball.
It is. That's on the outer half with a little sink. Tough pitch right there. Good pitch. Tough pitch as a hitter. It actually came back over the plate, too. That ball had some run to it back over the plate.
You can see it's a high spin rate fastball, and you can almost see him really finishing that pitch with the slow-mo there.
Yeah, I think that's where you see some ride on it. When you're up to 2,500 RPMs, you're going to see some ride on that. But it's a typical starter for North Carolina. Over the years, they've always had that big right-hander, hard thrower.
Here's Nate Savoy. 3 hits yesterday. There were a couple guys that just were impossible to get out, no matter what North Carolina tried. Savoy was one of them. He popped out in the 7th his last time, but he reached each of his first 4 times up there.
But he's just an all-around good hitter. And he's been very consistent throughout the whole year. You know, hitting 340, hitting some home runs, using the whole part of the field. I mean, he's just a very, very good hitter.
2-1. Stayed away.
Yeah, he's really staying away. He's really staying away with that fastball.
Fastball count here. Lynch has humped it up 96-97 in this exchange with his fastballs.
Well, I think when you're a pitcher, you know who the guys are in the lineup, right? The guys that are standing out, and a little bit more adrenaline going, especially in the first inning. There's always a little adrenaline going in the first inning.
Another payoff pitch. Breaking ball. Ground out to short.
Yep.
Schaffner deals with it.
And I always say this, the starting pitcher, everybody has a great responsibility, but the greatest responsibility is the starting pitcher because they set the tone for the game, right? And when you want to be a starting pitcher, that's why they pay those guys in the big leagues, those #1 stars. They pay them a lot of money because it's a great responsibility.
Lynch has gone deep with Clavon and Savoy. That brings up Jack Crichton. Man of the hour last night. 3 extra base hits for Jack, including his 2nd home run of the season.
It's good to see him seeing some extra base hits because he's always, throughout his career, he's been a really good high average guy, middle of the field. Now he's starting to drive the ball a little bit, especially the last couple weeks.
Nice pick at first base by Paulson, and dueling 1, 2, 3 innings for our 2 Saturday starters here at Doug Kingsmore Stadium. Contentious series we have, not just this year either. Every time these teams get together, it's a bit of an adventure. See the Tigers with a slight lead in the all-time series. There's a fascinating one. Last night, Clemson wins 9-5. The 13th consecutive victory in the regular season by a home team. There have been 4 consecutive sweeps before this series, and the last time a road team came into the other team's ballpark and won a series was 2012. North Carolina took 2 of 3 here.
Well, I think when you have 2 legitimate top programs in the country year in, year out, that's what you're going to get. I mean, it's just part of it.
This ball's ripped by Macon Winslow toward that left field corner, and he's going to have a cruising double. He slid for good measure. That's what North Carolina needs, a leadoff runner in scoring position here in the second.
Yeah, I think he just left that changeup up just a little bit and got his bat head out right there. May have been sitting changeup that first pitch too. If you go back and look at the metrics, he'll throw a lot of changeups to righties early on.
Here's Owen Hull, lefty-lefty matchup. We saw Clemson really lean into small ball early in yesterday's game. See what North Carolina's plan is here for Hull, who's very good at situational stuff.
Well, I think that just shows you right there what they think about these 2 pitchers, right? I think it's going to be a low-scoring game if they're in the top of the second, and they're always showing bunt with, Hull, with your 5-hole hitter.
North Carolina has 3 sacrifice bunts all season. But he squared around there, and now he's in an 0-2 hole. But Hull is a guy, if you want to try to do something, put something on, he's only got 1 home run, but 34 RBIs. He actually is averaging an RBI a game in his college career.
He puts the ball in play, good eye-hand coordination, bat-ball skills.
Smothered by Lichtenberger, and there's no play for him.
That's a tough play right there. That's a really tough play.
Let's see what they call that. He got there on a slide up the middle. You mentioned the bat-to-ball skills.
And whenever the shortstop goes up the middle right over the bag, it's a tough play. The bag gets in your vision right there, and you kind of lose track of the baseball sometimes.
Now 1st and 3rd, nobody out. Here's a look at the replay.
He's in the good position, really good position.
Short hop got him a little bit.
Feet got caught up a little bit under him too. Tough play, very tough play.
Bottom line there, Hull does the job regardless.
He does.
If it's a clean play, he at least moves the runner.
I was just going to say that. Move the ball to right field, right side of the field, move the guy over. Now in your situation, getting him in. We talked about this. The coaching staff have talked about this. They haven't been great with third base less than 2 outs. 42%, which is a bit down, but this is stuff that they've been working on, is that they need to be a little bit better with third base less than 2 outs. But you're in a situation here, you got 1st and 3rd, you can do quite a few things right now. You could even hit and run and might start the runner right there.
This ball skied in the air, should be deep enough. Moore is actually now going to come in and make the catch. The throw's going to go into second. The Tigers surrender the run. It's 1-0 Tar Heels. Sac fly for Colin Hynek.
That's a quality bat. You talk about having a quality bat, and that's something North Carolina, they needed tonight to have a couple quality at bats, score less than third base less than 2 outs.
Another quick at bat. Nobody's seen more than 3 pitches so far from Sharman. Early swinging these Tar Heels.
Good tempo. Good. You want to see good tempo. You want to see early contact as a pitcher, right? That's good. Things are going their way.
Now Tyler Howell. He was 2 for 5 yesterday. Again, each of these guys on base, almost all of them on base multiple times yesterday, just couldn't get on at the same time. And then 3 different times the Tar Heels loaded the bases yesterday. In those 3 situations, they only got 1 run.
Yeah. From a coaching standpoint, that you get a little frustrated. You're getting guys on base, you're putting guys what you need, you're just not getting that big hit. And that's why we talked to the North Carolina coaching staff this afternoon about they need to do a little bit better job with third base less than 2 outs.
We just saw that on display with the sac fly. Sharman a toss over there. Keeping Hull at bay. This team will steal a little. Hull is one of the main culprits. He's 8 of 11 on steals. Sky to left. That's going to have some twist on it. Carry foul.
That was a good pitch right there. Keep a little bit off balance. Now you can do a couple different things. 0-2 right here.
You talked about the left-left changeup, and if you got a left-hand pitcher, you're going to see fastball, breaking ball, but Sharman is liable to go to the changeup here, lefties and righties.
Yeah, I mean, old school by the book, you really never saw a lot of left on left or right on right changes, but you're seeing it more and more now that you're seeing the left on left changeups, right on right, and I think it's a really good pitch, to be honest with you. I mean, I really like that. You just got to make sure that sometimes that changeup will go down right in the bat path of the lefty, and it'll sink right down into it. You just don't want to see that. But the left on left, right on right change, they're really good pitches.
Howe is also an interesting case. A little bit of reverse splits at work. He's 54 points higher with his batting average against lefties as opposed to righties, 296 to 242.
Yeah, you don't see that too often. You don't really see that, but as a freshman too, right? He's one of the only freshmen that is in the lineup right now, and you can tell he's mature for his age.
They've got him on a pull shift to the right side. Both these teams did a pretty good job going middle oppo. That pitch misses. Throw down by Savoy is high and late. That's steal number 9 for Hull.
Yeah, I think you saw the first pitch, first movement, right? And you'll see that sometimes with lefties. If you can't really get a great read, you just go on first movement. So as soon as he picks up the leg, it's almost you're guessing that in the right situation. And he did a really nice job on the first movement right there.
Howe has laid off 3 pitches above the zone. And that was a little bit of a lean.
Yep.
See that from Hull down to the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, so you make a pitch right here, get you back out, 2 outs.
Sharman doing his best to control him. 3-2. Sharman makes the play. He'll get the easy out at first base. He really could have picked an out, I think, right there, because Hull was basically dead as a doornail if he turns, but he decides to get the out at first, and there's 2 away. Look at this.
Yeah, a lot of times when you have that, we always call it apply the rule. You see it past the pitcher, and he didn't, but I think maybe it caught Sherman a little bit off guard. But you know what? We always talked about taking out, right? Taking out. Whenever you can take an out, take an out.
Here's Cooper Nicholson, third baseman.
So now he just has to go to work right here, get a good job right here.
Is there a different rule of thumb there with nobody out? Are you a little more aggressive trying to take that, or is it the same principle applies?
No out, 1 out, it's the same principle, right? It's the same principle, right? So it's anything, to the right side of the field, to the right side of the base runner, right? You're coming across. Anything at you or to the left side, you're holding, right? And you square your shoulders up and you look for the ball. And then when he took his skips, right, it was going to be on the right side of his body, but it has to get past the pitcher.
From a pitcher standpoint there, if there's nobody out, runner on second, are you trying to get that out? Maybe are you more focused on that, or are you still collecting that out at first?
Well, I think what you teach your pitchers, if it's like that, you first want to glimpse at the base runner, and then because you have enough time, right? You have enough time. But again, sometimes that was a tough play, a short hop right there. So you just go back out, and then that's exactly what you do, right? You have enough confidence to get the next guy out.
Second strikeout for Michael Sharman. He gets a big swing and miss. Tar Heels, though, tack a run on first. the jockeying for position in the ACC standing. You see North Carolina in second. How about the series that Georgia Tech and Florida State have had? Some great baseball there. And then just because you're in column one, you face a team from column two, you better not exhale, because there's a lot of real, I mean, Stanford gets a run rule win on the road. Just unbelievable stuff happens in this league every day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you got to watch the Thursday night game with Florida State.
Oh, yeah.
What a game. What a game. And then, you know, I watched a little bit last night, too. You know, Georgia Tech is a really, really good ball club. As we saw here, they can really, really hit. Coach Ramsey has done a really good job with that. But, you know, up and down, there's so much parity in college baseball. It's so much. And SEC, ACC, you know, even the mid-major level, there's just so much parity in college baseball.
Like Cal comes in last night. They go across the country to Pittsburgh. They're 1-11 in league. They run rule Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it's right. It's the old adage. It's not always the best team. The team that plays the best that day.
Tigers certainly found that out yesterday. They were the team that played the best.
Absolutely.
Luke Gaffney, hard to strike out, but he's way down in the count here.
So he can do a couple different things right here. He's still staying away most of these right-handers, both the fastball and slider.
1-2. That one's lifted to left center field. That's going to get out, and it's going to the wall. Gaffney's thinking, too, there's nobody on the bag, so he'll easily take it.
You know, I think that's something that Clemson did a really good job last night. They took advantage of mistakes. You know, that ball was in the middle of the plate, that slider, a little bit of backup slider right there, and he did a really nice job of hammering it to the left center field gap. You know, he took advantage of the mistake in the middle of the plate, and that's what happens. Good hitters, good teams, you know, they make a mistake in the middle of the plate, and you make them pay.
Gaffney's 10th double of the year. That's tied for the team lead with Crichton. Runner at second, nobody out. Let's see what happens here with Gerald. This is a power bat, but Eric Bakich has pivoted to a little more of a, hey, we're trying to get runs here. We're trying to do the little things, move guys in different ways.
Yeah, I would have to say he's still trying to drive the ball right here. Now, you know, a lot of times, you know, coaches will have different type of signs. So maybe if it was late in the game right here, he would maybe want to try to move the runner either the bunt or hit the ball to the right side. But I think right here, you're still trying to drive the ball. It's still early in the ball game. It's the bottom of the second. You know, they got the middle of the order up. So I would be very surprised if he puts anything on here. He's trying to, you know, Jared's trying to drive the ball right here.
And just like Savoy, he reached base the first 4 times he got up yesterday. I'm not taking the bat out of his hand for sure.
No, right. And I think there's sometimes you would take the bat out of hands, but not here.
Multi-hit game for Gerald yesterday. 4-game hit streak for him. Hitters count here.
That does the job. That does the job, though.
Lynch covering a 3-1 put out. It does get that runner over, to your point.
It does. Now you're third base, less than 2 outs, and you know, try to drive one in and tie the ball game up right here.
That's a 96-mile-an-hour fastball with over 2,500 RPMs of spin, and totally tied him up.
But when you go back, it's still a quality at bat. It moved the runner in a scoring position, right? And we talk about that sometimes. It doesn't have to be, you know, 105 off the bat to be a quality at bat, right? You got the guy over, and that's what you needed to do. And I think with Gaffney getting over, I thought that was a really good job.
Tyler Lichtenberger 1 for 3 yesterday with an RBI. He's got 20 driven in on the season. That's really a modest number, but when you look at the batting averages, his overall average 263. There you see it on the screen. It jumps to 348 in these situations, runners in scoring position.
And I like how he was aggressive right here, right? You talk about that you want to get your job done early. He had a fastball he could handle, and I like the aggressiveness on an count.
Lichtenberger took a close pitch off the plate. See what Lynch does here. One, slap foul. Now he's ahead.
Went back to that fastball, and back to the fastball right there. So now he can do a couple different things. He can throw that slider to the back leg too, if he needed to, or he can come back with a fastball. So he's got a couple different. He's opened up the plate a little bit.
Infield is in. You see Schaffner right there in front. Tip into the mitt. He just blew it right past Lichtenberger. 2 out.
Yeah, that was a good fastball right there, up to 96 right there, top of the zone, had a little ride.
Well, that's just a good pitch.
And that's probably a strike at the top of the zone. I mean, and you usually see those balls really, really well, but you got to stay on top of those pitches.
This is Jason Foltz Jr.
He's holding his velocity too right now, right? 95, 97 for an inning and 2/3 so far.
Foltz was hitless last night, but he did walk once. He was also hit by a pitch and scored in the 7th inning.
Yeah, he's gotten himself into a really good count right now. Two out RBIs are a big part of this game right here.
Foltz has 16 hits and 55 at-bats, but his on-base percentage is .480. He has walked or been hit 20 times as a freshman.
It'll be interesting right here, see if Coach Backus lets him go 3-0, right? He's probably going to get a fastball right here early in the game.
See that runner lead.
That's
outside
a good take,
corner
though.
strike.
Yeah, that's a good take. That's not what he was looking for if he had the green light right there.
Lynch has thrown a few pitches here. He threw a good many in the first, had 2 full counts to Clavon and Savoy. He's battled back from behind a couple times here in the second. Oh, that's pretty.
Nice slider right there. That's a really nice slider. Short and tight right there. Almost 3,000 RPMs right there. That's tight.
Chris Ward had to double check the count there. He gave him a 2-strike punch out. Crowd let him hear about that. That's ball 4 outside. So Foltz walks for the 14th time this season.
That's a really good eye right there. That's a really good eye. That's really close with 2 strikes. And you see how Lynch was walking off. Even there, he thought he had him, but that's a really good eye.
It's a similar pitch to the one he has thrown a couple times at the end of counts to come back over the plate.
He is. For those right, he really has a really good feel for arm side, or glove side.
First pitch popped up Jackson Moore. Talked about him a while ago. 4 RBIs in just his 4th collegiate start yesterday and his first career home run to boot. Some insurance late in the ball game.
Yeah, I like his aggressiveness right there. He's got a pitch he could handle right there when he was on go. And you like to see, especially young players, that they're on there on go. And I think it probably comes a little bit from his stepdad, Daniel Pritchard. I actually coached here at Clemson, and he was as hard. His nickname was Dirt, and he was as hard-nosed as you're going to get.
Line drive, base hit. He drives in a run again. He's found himself a nice little niche with runners in scoring position.
And I think it goes back to a little mistake, a little ball middle of the plate, a little up, and he did a really nice job staying on top of that ball and drove it right into left center field with a really quality swing right there. 2 out. We love 2 out RBIs.
Stays up the middle. That's what Eric Baggage was asked about Moore last night. He said, you know, the last guy we had from Hartsville, he did okay here. Of course, that's Cam Canarella.
Yeah, he's a pretty good player.
Yeah, pretty good.
He could play center field a little bit.
And I was talking to him a little bit before the game, and he said, you know, there are some similarities in terms of the competitiveness and the spirit that Jackson Moore approaches his plate appearances with. He said that they're kind of similar just in that way, their makeup.
Yeah.
Here's Jay Dillard. He was 0 for last night.
They're still getting, Clemson's getting good counts right now, and I feel like their swings are right on them. So I think they're in a good position right now. Their approach has been very good so far. And I think that's something that Coach Backus is really looking at right there, is where our approach is and how the process of this game is going to continue.
Dillard, the only guy, by the way, in the Clemson lineup who did not reach last night. North Carolina, 8 of the 9 starters reached for them as well.
Yep.
Everybody got involved.
I think it goes back to they just didn't get the timely hits, and the Tigers got the timely hits, and sometimes that's the name of the game.
Just got one here, a 2-out RBI hit for Moore. Tough take there by Dillard on that breaking ball.
Well, 2-out RBIs can win you a lot of ball games. A lot of ball games.
Dillard can flip the order around. Clavon's on deck. Stays alive.
And they're driving this pitch count up. They're getting a lot of 2-2, 3-2 counts, right? Fouling a lot of balls off. So you look at that, it may not make a big difference right now, but another 2 or 3 innings, you never know. His pitch count's going to get up into the high 80s, 90s, even over to 100, and that made me get into the bullpen of North Carolina.
And both teams did a pretty good job preserving their bullpens last night. Clemson let Simerson go 3 innings, get a 9-out save. UNC has a couple of hammers they did not have to unveil yesterday. Grounder, fielded. Little double pump, but the out's made, 4-6. And the inning is over. 2-out RBI squares the score here in Clemson.
My fixation
doesn't get a lot bigger than this.
run straight for the breakaway.
Who will emerge? We'll see.
May 19th, it all starts in Charlotte 5 weeks from now. Tigers certainly no strangers to ACC crowns around here. Most recently, back in 2023.
And the ACC tournament is such a great event, especially in Charlotte, at the ballpark right there, Truist, and being right downtown. I never got the opportunity to have a conference tournament there, but me living in Charlotte, we go down there quite a bit. What a great atmosphere! What a great atmosphere!
You see there, 23, Clemson the champion. North Carolina beat the Tigers in Charlotte a season ago to take the ACC crown. There's Scott Forbes. He's got 2 of the last 4. His team would be playing day 3 of the tournament with the double bye as the number 2 seed if it started today. Tigers would be the 13 seed, but as we just showed you in the standings, 1 strong weekend and you're improving your spot quite a bit. 1 poor weekend and you're right down from the top to the middle of the pack.
And that's the great thing about baseball and college, is that every game matters. Right? Sometimes you'll go watch a minor league game or a major league game. They're playing 162. Some of those games don't matter, but this is why college baseball, this is why I love college baseball. Every game means something, and especially this time of year when you're getting right in the middle of your conference, and every game is so important.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count. We saw Michael McGinnis pop up to third to start the inning. This is Schaffner again. He lined out to left. He continues to be aggressive. Sharman just 5 balls the first time through the batting order. That's Jason Fultz making the throw from the shortstop spot, 2 away.
That's a good job with a shift right there, right? That goes back to doing a great job in their pregame scouting, knowing where they're going to play their position. They had that played perfectly right there.
I mean, you couldn't have moved him any better.
Perfect, perfect. You know, I think this is a really good inning right now. Is, you know, 2 quick outs. We scored 1. Let's get back and get our offense going.
Gavin Gallagher, a loud foul ball. That's way beyond the ticket booth out there in left field.
You know, Sharman's doing a really good job being around the zone. Doing a really good job. You know, what we call pitching to contact, right? And I think that's a huge key when you pitch to contact. Let your defense play behind you.
Gallagher's the one that grounded out. Sharman backhand stabbed him and robbed him. Dillard makes the play to his glove side, and another quick inning for Sharman.
He's just doing a nice job right there, just throwing strikes, letting his defense play behind him.
Vlogamos, Tom Reginas, who welcome you back in here to Clemson. 1-1 the scores we had at the bottom of the third. Chance to visit with Scott Forbes, head coach of the Tar Heels. You like your team's response, how you're playing so far the first couple innings today?
Yeah, absolutely. They're getting after it. It's an awesome group. Obviously, you know, you're on the road, you're in a tough environment. You got to be able to handle it. You got to deal with close calls, and you got to have that poise. So far, so good. Tom, what you got on that 3-2 pitch? You got it as a strike or a ball?
I don't know. It's tough. I couldn't see it up here. I couldn't see it up here right now. Forbes, he's always good seeing you. But, hey, third base lesson 2. You got one in that they're in the second inning right there, right? We talked about that in the game. So that's a good, really good situation right there, huh?
Yeah, no doubt. And their guy, he's good. You know, he knows he's going to be around the zone. Good job by Colin Heineck. Getting a good swing off there. I would have liked to grab another one right there, maybe with 2, but that's the key. Make sure we don't ground into a double play right there. Got a sac fly. So we have to keep doing that. I thought McGinnis had a good at bat. He's been bad. He's been nicked up a little bit. Another transfer from Georgia State. So if we get him going, we might be cooking something.
Right, and Lynch is on his game right now. Looks like he's holding his velocity, 95, 97. Slider's been good, like we talked about. So what do you think of him right now?
Yeah, he's a competitor, man. He's going to go out there and give it all he's got, and it's a good offense. Feel like they're seeing it pretty good right now, so he's going to have to make some pitches for sure.
Well, you guys right in the thick of it, right? That's what you want to do, right?
Yeah, man,
nothing's never easy. Nothing's ever easy.
You know, out of all people at this place, Lord have mercy. It's hard to win on the road, but some places are harder to win. I like to think people think that hopefully about our place. And, it's a credit to them here, and they do a great job, and the fans, and just the overall atmosphere.
So how do you like having Scott Jackson back at your side? I know you guys been together for a long time, and getting him back in the dugout with you.
Yeah, it just makes me smile. You know, we always talked about it. We were hoping it would happen one day, and fortunately, I need to thank all of our players, maybe, you know, probably Vance Honeycutt, #1, for getting Omaha. We were able to create to get him back here. Good. So thankful for it.
Good. Well, I wish you all the best, man.
Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Coach.
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
the time.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, Scott Forbes, again, doing a great job in North Carolina. He's probably not pleased about the 1-1 HBP to Bryce Clavon there. But you can tell, pleased with his team's response. They're aggressive at the plate. He's looking for answers, and he's gotten them so far, even though the score's still tied.
It is. And a lot of times what, you know, the average fan doesn't realize when you're interviewing a coach, but you're still trying to coach and you're trying to.
Oh, yeah.
It's not easy. It's not easy, especially when you have, you're trying to answer the questions from us, but you're also trying to watch your team play right in the middle of that. So you really appreciate what these head coaches and assistant coaches are able to do when they get on the headset with us right in the middle of the game.
Here's Nate Savoy. Clavon, we've talked about the problem he can be on the bases. He was out on the bases twice yesterday in a snap throw back. North Carolina certainly aware that Clavon, you can get him out there, but also he can be a real player. If he's down at second base without having to use a productive out.
Yes, but we also know that the North Carolina catching situation is very good, very good. I know Coach Forbes and Coach Jackson both talked about that they're really happy with their dynamic duo behind the plate.
Well, and I'll tell you this, I mean, you look at the numbers. North Carolina's played 35 games. Teams have attempted 17 stolen bases against them. Attempted 17, only 10 successful. The next lowest number in the ACC is Pittsburgh at 24.
And I think that comes back to that you're able to scout so much and you can get them on tape, right? If it's Synergy or different other organizations that use that you can get everybody on tape, so you can see what their arms really like. You can see what their pop times, how they transition the baseball. So there's a lot of scouting goes on, and that's what it says. Two guys that have really good arms and gets rid of the ball.
Savoy checked his hands, and that just missed. That was a good pitch by Lynch. How about Forbes putting you on the spot there with the 3-2 pitch? It was close. We talked about it was close.
I know.
He gave a great answer.
That's
on
right.
that one.
I had to be politically correct right
That
there,
was
right?
great. That was great, man.
Especially when you got really good friends and relatives in both dugouts right now. So
Yeah, that's right.
You got to be politically correct.
What'd you see, man? I know you weren't ready to answer that one. That was great. We talked about running up the pitch count a little bit. I mean, Lynch, this is a situation here. 0-2, 2 balls and 2 foul balls, and now it's a 7-pitch at bat.
Those are little things that you don't see in the box score at the end of the game, but they do make a difference. They do make a difference. Now, granted, UNC has a really good bullpen. They got at least 3 or 4 bullets in their bullpen that they still have. But again, those are little things that that don't show up in the box score.
Strike 3 called right on the outside corner. Good pitch by Lynch there, 3rd strikeout.
Yeah, Lynch is making some pitches when he needs to make them.
Well, that's a tough arm slot, too, to bring that back over the plate.
Yeah.
Man, 96.
That's where you see that arm side run that's just coming, or glove side run that's just coming right back. Almost like the old Greg Maddux. I mean, he was really known for that.
He's probably more liable to be throwing 86.
That's right, yeah.
But yes, points valid. Jack Crichton grounded to 3rd his first time up.
But that just shows you where college baseball is, Major League Baseball is, the velocities of the young people, right? We grew up in the Greg Maddux when he was 85, 87, and he's a Hall of Famer. Now you have, 20-year-olds that are 96, 97. Some of them are touching 100. It's amazing, what you see. I know when I first started coaching back in 92, 93, if somebody touched 90, it was like unbelievable. He was like touching 100 now. But now, if you're throwing 90, it's not a big deal anymore.
1-1 pitch in the air. Pretty shallow. Hole is in. And gloves it, 2 away.
I think he got away with one right there. That breaking ball hung up a little bit. I think Jack, if he had that one back, he'd like to have that one back right there.
Luke Gaffney's up next. He doubled and scored to lead off the 2nd in a 2-strike count. Kind of went down to club a breaking ball into the left center gap.
Yep, really good approach. The ball was, like I said, a breaking ball. It was a little middle of the plate, and he just drove it right in the left center field gap. You know, right here, it's you want to drive something in the gap, so you score on a double right here, right? You're off on the crack of the bat right there. Clavion's a really good runner, so that's what you're trying to do right here, is try to drive something in the gap to score one from first.
Lynch using the whole pitch clock.
Yep. And it's not a bad.
Wrong.
It's probably not a bad time also for Claiborne to try to steal a bag right now, because even if you get thrown out, right, you're in a good position. You know, starting with Gaffney leading off, so you know, not a bad cat and mouse game right here. If he wants to start him, he could probably start him right here.
Again, Lynch making him wait. A little tall.
Lynch is probably a little slower to home plate. He's got a little higher leg kick, so you know, he's probably a 1-2, 1-3. You know, Winslow does throw well, but you got a plus runner at first base, so you start doing the math and who has the advantage right here.
Look inside some of the numbers here. Really is fascinating. We'll wait on those numbers. Nice pick at third. Nicholson throws, and a nice clean hop for the first baseman, Paulson. Tigers go down, leave a man, Eric Bakich. We'll talk to him as we lead off the fourth in a moment. One ball game here in Clemson. William Qualkenbush, Tom Reginas, pleased to be joined by head coach of the Tigers, Eric Bakich. Well, what a win for your team last night. You got a half dozen extra base hits or so, got 9 runs across. You got to be pleased with that effort on a Friday night.
Yeah, it was a good performance, not only by Aiden Canuck, quality start, but the defense was good, and then had some really nice contributions up and down the lineup with Nate Savoy, Jack Crichton, and then Jackson Moore with 4 RBIs last night. So it's good to see everybody get on the action.
EBTR right here. How you doing, my man?
Hey, TR.
Good. Hey, I think that's how you drew it up last night, right? All three phases. You know, watching you all year, I thought that was one of your better ball games the whole year in all 3 phases. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, we draw it up like that every game. It just doesn't always go to plan. So, but the enemy gets a vote, as the great Captain Tom Chaby, Navy SEAL specialist, says. He says the enemy gets a vote. So the other team gets a say in it and how everything goes too.
No doubt about it. So you got a guy like Sharman right now, right? A lot of early contacts. You guys are playing defense behind them. You love that early contact, right? You want to pitch to contact.
Yeah, we pitched to soft contact, yes. Yeah, but Sharman, that's what he does. He's a strike thrower, and no better guy to watch the game plan than what Aiden Canuck did yesterday. And I happen to think there he is. He's right there. There's Aiden Canuck. He can tell you all about how to pitch to soft contact.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Always great to visit with Eric Bakich, and it's also great to visit with Aiden Canuck. AK, how you doing, man?
Doing good. How are you?
Man, I'm doing great. Maybe not as well as you after the way you threw last night. How'd you feel? What specifically was working for you last night?
I felt pretty good. Just the command felt right. All the off-speed pitches were working. But glad to have a good defense behind me to make all those good plays, and an offense to smash the ball and have some run support. So it was very easy to pitch with that going on for us.
Aiden, it's Tom Reginas. How you doing, my man? We haven't actually met yet, but I thought you did a really good job of handling the fastball in, especially on Paulson a couple times. I felt that you did a really nice job of stuffing that fastball, and you got I think it was the 5th inning. You stuffed it right in there on the inner half, so you feel good about that.
Yeah, like I said, the command on both sides of the plate, we're good with the fastball. just being able to move it in and out and, you know, keep them guessing late in the counts. Seemed like they're probably sitting soft a few times, so going in on them was the right game plan there. So ended up working out. I'm just trusting Coach Bellinger's, you know, pitch calling, so everything worked out great.
And I think this is the big part of the season. You feel really good about where your body is, and like to tell a little bit, like what's your post workout, right after you pitched yesterday? Kind of go through what you do on your post pitching routine.
Yeah, so I'll just loosen everything up, do a lot of stretching, and then a lot of activation in the shoulder and the arm just to keep everything strong. So when we get later in the season, in the postseason.
Ball drops, throw to second, safe, close play.
I think he might have got him there. Yeah, I think he might have got him.
Yeah.
Clavon got to it quickly. You can see Eric Baggett's there in the front of Canuck, and they're going to go look at this. This gives us a little more time to visit with you, Aiden. Let's see.
Play is under for the review.
All right, that was a quick challenge in the dugout. You think he got him?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
It was close, though.
I like that. It was close for sure, but it was close. I like that. I like the decision. Let me ask you this. Last night, you dealt with some traffic. Really, both starting pitchers dealt with traffic. It felt like you came with your best stuff when you got 2 on, 2 out, bases loaded situations. What's your process like there to dig in a little bit deeper when you get in some of those situations?
Yeah, I think it all comes from just staying focused every single pitch. You know, it all comes from the training. You know, every day in training, you know, we're always preparing for high pressure situations, and when you get on the bump and you get a high leverage situation, just being able to take advantage of those opportunities. So it's fun to pitch in those situations. Love pitching in those times, but just being able to dial in and focus and give it your best focus every pitch, especially when you're in those high leverage situations.
All right, we're looking at a replay right now. Boy, this is really tight, TR.
Yeah,
and it's hard to get a perfect angle of this.
I think that's one of the things when you have replay, you got to have the right angle.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can't have the right angle. That's going to be a tough one right there.
Let's see the call. We've got it here.
Aiden, tell me a little bit with your changeup. Have you always had your changeup?
Comes to discharge, one timeout, they have
11,
one
12,
remaining.
13,
Or one challenge, they have one
has it
remaining.
been able to come up and develop over the years?
Yeah, it's when I was probably 12 or 13, I started developing it with my pitching coach,
Yeah.
Hank Woodman.
Yeah.
Been my pitching coach, still my pitching coach to this day from
Yeah.
back home. So I'll talk to him a lot, and he basically helped me revamp my whole arsenal. But he was the one that taught me that pitch.
Have you had to adjust your finger set on it, or it's always been the same type of finger set when you grab the baseball with your grip?
Yeah, it's always been the same
How
finger
about that?
set. It's all about how you release the ball.
Yeah.
So just being able to get extension on it.
Yeah, watching you the last couple of years, that's a devastating pitch. I've always said the changeup is the best pitch in baseball right there, and you've done a heck of a job with that.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, Tom Calder, is it a balk? Now, wait a minute, let's see. I think they are going to call a balk on Sharman. Not sure what happened there.
I think they had the wheel play on right there, right? You had your wheel play on?
That's what it looked like.
Yeah, we had one of our
one of your bunt defenses?
one of the bunt plays.
Yeah.
I think he might have just got a little.
Yeah. Right, you're as a pitcher right there, you got to make sure the shortstop clears before you pitch. I'm sure that's how you guys run it?
Yes, so there's a couple different ones, but yeah, you're just making sure your infielders are in the right position before you go.
Yep.
Awesome stuff. Hey, Aiden, it really was a pleasure to watch you pitch yesterday. Had the 9 strikeouts. Great stuff. Appreciate your time, and we'll let you go back and enjoy this one.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. You guys have a good one.
You too.
You too. Aiden Canuck, really an intelligent guy. Now let's go to the mound. There's a lot going on right now. Second and third, nobody out, and you could see it on the replay from Sharman.
Yep.
That, boy, he was not happy. Whatever he saw was not how it was supposed to be.
Well, usually it's you call that there's so many different ways of running, but the wheel play, so you have your corners are going to be charged because you're trying to get the ball the out at third base. Your shortstop is going to cover third. Your second baseman is going to first. So you got a lot of moving parts right there, and that's what looked like the bunt defense that they had on right there. And it looks like he just, maybe misread it real quick and got sped up, but no problems.
All right, here's Hull. Now, again, this is the RBI leader for North Carolina. He stepped in the bucket there. Reached on an error back in the second. He's liable to put it in play in these situations.
Yep. That's a good left-on-left breaking ball right there.
Gave him another one.
Very nice.
Is he going to see a third after that swing?
Very easily could right there. And then they got the corners in, they got the middle back. So middle of the field, they're going to give up a run, but they don't want to give it up to a situation of base hit where it scored 2 if they had infield in. So very smart play right here.
0-2 bounces. Savoy's on it. 1-2 the count. It's a big at-bat in the game. You saw North Carolina struck first. Clemson with the rebound run there. Bottom of the second. Last night when Clemson rebounded, they just kept pouring on. North Carolina didn't really have a response. This is a golden opportunity.
I think that's what we talked about earlier in the game, where they haven't been great with third base less than 2. And they got that same situation right now.
Another breaking ball from Sharman, not giving in on Hull.
And in a perfect scenario, if you can hit the ball to the right field and you get a guy over and you score 1-2 from an offensive standpoint. That's a good take right there.
Very close.
Good take. Yeah, it's a very good take right there. So now you got a base open right now. You can easily go back to that breaking ball changeup as we talked about.
Payoff pitch. Grounded right side, diving stab, flip to the pitcher. He can't win the foot race. Not only does Hull move the runner, he beats the throw and gets himself an RBI single and gives the Tar Heels the lead again.
From the North Carolina standpoint, that's probably exactly what you're looking for. You score 1, you move 1, now you still have another one in scoring position right there.
That's a heck of a job. I'm not sure Sharman was slow or anything. I think he just beat him.
I think it's a tough defensive play. It's a tough play to make.
Now runners on the corners, nobody out.
Gaffney had to stretch out a little bit right there. So he had to stretch out in a situation getting over there.
First pitch changeup, we talked about that. Heineck saw it.
You see that runners in scoring position, they go to their off speed, right? That's what the numbers are telling us.
Heineck had the sac fly on pitch 1 back in the second inning. Still some issues for Sharman to navigate here. Sharman steps off. A bit of chirping going on from that third base dugout. They're feeling good right now. Anytime the opposing pitcher is called for a balk, I feel like that ignites the opposing dugout a little bit.
It does. There's no doubt about that, and the fan base. Sometimes it keeps you off guard a little bit right there with a balk. We just need to do a little damage control right here. Get a ground ball, maybe turn 2. Still a lot of game left.
That was a changeup up and away for strike 2. Sharman having to labor a little bit. We talked about his pitch economy the first 3 innings, but started with the leadoff walk. Walk, single, single. That's a strike 3 call. 3 strikeouts for Sharman. That's a big first out.
I would say that's almost a perfect pitch, right? Went hard in with them right there. That especially the lefty-righty, the lefty pitcher righty. If you can get that ball into that inner half right there, that's a really, really good pitch. So now they're 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning and just down by 1.
This is Howell. Grounded back to the pitcher. Basically a swinging bunt for all intents and purposes. His last time up, moved that runner to third, then ended up stranded.
And it looks like North Carolina had maybe flipped their approach, or not as aggressive. They're taking that first pitch right now. They're getting into count a little bit right now. And sometimes you have to do that in the middle of the game, change the approach. Now he's got Howell's got himself into a really good hitter's count right here.
You see the pitch count of 49. Only 23 of those pitches were on the first time through the batting order. You've got Howell, Nicholson, and McGinnis still to go already. This will be 27 for Sharman the second time. Right across the knees.
Still making quality pitches right here. Every pitch, quality pitch. And Hal's trying to lift something right here. He's trying to get something in the outfield right here. So he was looking for something up a little bit that he can lift.
Strike two.
Probably not a pitch you can do it with, because you don't want a power ground ball right here, right? Power ground ball, could they get Clemson out of the inning? From North Carolina standpoint, you're looking for something up a little bit that you can drive.
Runners lead. Double play ball would be Sharman's best friend here. Foul tip into the mids, a close second.
Yep. Went up the ladder a little bit right there. You know, a little fastball up in the zone, chased it. And from the hitter's standpoint, it's really hard to lay off because you see that ball up so well.
You know, there's a little sink action too potentially in that fastball, so you just don't want to take a fastball strike three.
You don't. Especially with a runner on third base.
Here's Nicholson. He struck out his first time up.
Now
That's tough.
Finish off the inning right here, right? Let's finish off the inning right here. Let Sharman make a couple quality pitches.
Now Scott Forbes going to call time and have a chat with Nicholson.
I think that's a good timeout. Just try to slow things down a little bit right here, right? There's a lot of high leverage inning on both sides right there. So he's just trying to, you know, take a deep breath. Let's get refocused. Look for something that you can, you know, drive up the middle.
First offensive timeout taken by North Carolina. Pitch, hit him.
Yep.
Oh no.
Yep.
No.
I think he.
Oh, they are.
Oh,
I thought he was.
I thought he leaned in too.
Now wait a minute. We got a lot of signals coming from the home plate umpire.
It looked like to me he signaled that he leaned over the plate.
But then he pointed at first base, and now then he pointed him to stay back. Nicholson is furious, and Scott Forbes is going to have him look at it.
The call in the field is hit by pitch. The call is being challenged by North Carolina. Plays under further review.
All right, did not know who was talking, not going to lie. That was voice of God. I was looking around. Third base umpire's doing the talking. All right.
Yeah.
All right, so.
I think there's a little miscommunication with the body language right there. So.
We got, Cajun Cafe's got food, and we were going to wait till the half inning, but this half inning's taken a while.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you very much.
Y'all the best.
Oh, wow.
Ever.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man.
How about that? You guys are big time now.
Oh, y'all are the best. Y'all are the best. Let's take a look. We'll show you what we're eating here in a second. Look at this. I got to be honest. I think the call is right. Like, I'm not really sure that pitch is a ball.
No, I think right there he stuck his arm out. Look, I think that movement right there.
Yeah.
I think, and it's going to be interesting to see how they see that.
Crew chief is our third base umpire, Adam Dowdy, veteran.
The call in the field is confirmed. Intentional hit by a pitch. It is a strike. The count is 1. It's 0-2. 0-2.
So the count is now 0-2 on Nicholson. And North Carolina will have a challenge left. And now Nicholson, maybe with some more words, and you could faintly hear Chris Ward telling him that's enough. And Scott Forbes is continuing the conversation now with Adam Dowdy down to third base.
I think Chris Ward, when he pointed at the batter, then he pointed to first base.
Yeah.
I think that's where
that was confusing.
That was a miscommunication right there.
Because I really thought he was saying he leaned in, but then when he pointed first, I thought, well, he's just saying where he got hit.
Yep.
Now an 0-2 count as we resume play.
All right, now you just got to regroup right here, take a deep breath after all that happens right there.
Swing and a miss. Nicholson's down, and that's all for North Carolina. 1 run in, but the Tar Heels certainly wanted more. Sharman works around it with back-to-back-to-back strikeouts, and it's now time for a great tradition here at Doug Kingsmore Stadium. We'll stay here so you can hear the sights, see the sights, and hear the sounds of the Veterans Tribute with Clemson baseball. Very cool moment every time in Clemson between the top and bottom of the 4th. Now the crowd stands to applaud the veterans in attendance. You saw the players milling around. They sent Noah Samuel, a couple players to the Cajun Cafe. They got folks in left field as well, just making sure everybody gets greeted.
I think this is one of the best things that Eric has come up with. I know we talked a couple weeks ago about this, that he got it from Jesse Cole, the Savannah Bananas, but I would be very surprised you're going to start seeing this throughout the country, right? It's very, very good.
If you're a Clemson fan, just watching the crowd there, you may have noticed Tristan McClatty, who was hit in the face by a pitch at Stanford. He's had some facial fractures. He's on the mend. He was actually on a plane. He flew back yesterday. Couldn't fly back with the team from California. And he is in the dugout today, so that's very nice to see. And he was up, in fact, he's still in the crowd greeting veterans on the way back to the dugout.
Yeah, that shows a lot, and you know that was fortunate that he was able to stay out there for a couple days and get healthy so he could fly back.
Jacob Jarrell leading things off, bottom of 4 for Clemson, trailing again. They were down 1-0 in the second.
Yeah, we're getting to those middle innings. Lynch's pitch count's up to 61 on 62 right here. It's going to be interesting to see where we go from here. And
Lynch got strikeout stuff. He's had a little bit of hard time putting the Tigers away. This ball's hammered. Left center field. Does it have enough to get out? You betcha. Didn't take long for Clemson to tie it again on Jacob Jarrell's 13th home run.
Got that ball up just a little bit in the zone. Again, I think it goes back to that they're not missing too many mistakes right now, and that's what good teams do. They don't miss mistakes, and you know, he took advantage of that mistake and hammered that ball in left center field. And I think it's good about responding too. Very good responding.
Tell you what, I thought he might have gotten it a little off the end of the bat, but he extended well on that, 390 feet.
I mean, you look at Nate Savoy, Jacob Jarrett, those are strong young men right there, strong young men.
It also helps when you're throwing 96. You're supplying a little power yourself.
And we all know, getting into this type of year, when we get into mid-April, late April, the ball starts flying a little bit.
Lichtenberger sneaks one through. Back-to-back hits for Clemson here in the 4th.
Now you start getting a little momentum going right now. You know, as we all know, hitting is contagious. That's a good swing. Got the bat head out right there. That's a really nice swing. Now we're going to slow things down.
It was a good idea here from North Carolina. Bryant Gaines going to head out there to have a chat with Lynch. Nobody warming in the bullpen. This is a guy easily can go 3 times through the order. He does that on a routine basis, and so here midway through the second time, it's not as if he's getting close in terms of batters face and exposure in the game.
Yeah, and I think Coach Gaines just trying to settle him down. You know, Coach Gaines been doing this for a long time. You know, he's a long-time pitcher here. Then was at Liberty with Coach Jackson, and then came back to Carolina with Coach Ford. So he's been doing it for a long time. Very knowledgeable. He's just trying to slow things down a little bit right here. Maybe get the bullpen going. Give those guys time to get down there. Start. They're probably just getting loose just lightly right now, stretching a little bit.
Saw the pitches by inning there. 27 in that second inning. That's when the pitch count really got jacked up there.
Yeah.
First and third, not too bad. 15, 17, not terrible.
No. And it looks like they got Walker and McDuffie in the bullpen. And you know, Coach Forum said that he's like a knife in the toolbox. He can do a little bit of everything. He can go long, go short. They like him in these situations right here. They have a lot of confidence in him.
0-1 to Jason Fultz. That's a tapper. Nice scoop, and throw is wide. It gets away. And the runner at second, Lichtenberger, will advance. Third error of the weekend for the Tar Heels.
I think that's just another great example of putting the ball in play.
That's an E5.
That's a tough play coming across your body right there. Really tough play. I'm trying to make it on a run right there. Put a little pressure on him. What we call hard 90. Hard 90 right there.
Softly hit.
Now Jackson Moore's been really good in these situations right here early on in his career.
5 RBIs in the series so far, and there's a lot of ways to get a run in this at-bat. Runners on the corners and nobody out.
I think he just broke out his first changeup too. I think that was his first changeup of the afternoon.
Now, you mentioned it gets a little deeper in the game. He'll start bringing that out. Gives Moore a little something else to think about. Ground ball. Second on the first, not in time, so he'll get the RBI. They'll give up the out, and Clemson has its first lead of the afternoon. Look at Moore doing it again.
Go back, and that's a hustle play right there, right? You don't hustle out of the box. That could easily be a double play right there, but he was going hard out of the box, hard 90 right there. Great aggressive play right there. Again, that's one of those plays that doesn't show up in the box score, but right there, that could really help him.
Unearned run, at least for the moment. That ball's laced foul by Jay Dillard. 0-1 to count. Dillard grounded into a fielder's choice his first time up.
Being aggressive right there, nothing wrong with that.
A 1 bounced up the middle. Only play will be to first. Pretty good hustle there by Moore to get down. 2 away. Dillard moves him.
Just the little things right there. Now Jackson Moore's in scoring position right now. Get a 2-out RBI, you're in good position.
Moore had a great lead there, secondary lead. He wasn't running, but he may as well have been on the pitch as fast as he got down to second.
Well, we both know this is a game of inches, right? And any more you can grab more, we call it grabbing more real estate. He was able to grab more real estate, and that could be the difference. Now, there's a tough angle for Schaffner coming up the middle right there. That'd have been a really tough play. Just that was a bad angle. His only play was really to first.
You know, in some of these big moments this weekend, we've talked about North Carolina, their pitchers have induced ground balls, and a lot of them have just been placed in really perfect positions for Clemson to be able to take advantage.
Absolutely.
Foul ball off the bat of Clavon out of play, 0-2.
And actually, this time of the game, right, the infield started to dry up a little bit, and again, the Clemson grounds crew does an unbelievable job, but you just get some drying when you get in the 4th, 5th inning, and the ball's infield's a little harder, so it's going to bounce, especially sometimes you get those top spin ground balls. That second bounce really, projects it.
Hit high fastball, 1-2. Runners in scoring position. Both teams a hit apiece thus far. Clavon can make it 2 for Clemson to extend this inning.
It's a good take right there. Really good take on the slider. I think Clavon's really seen the ball well right now.
Lynch on 2-2. He's not been afraid to throw that slider 2-2. Especially to right-handers.
With a base open also.
And he does miss. Ball 3. We saw him go back-to-back. He threw a 2-2, 3-2. He's done that a couple of times so far.
He has,
today.
and a lot of times they do that. You throw it 2-2, you're going to throw it 3-2, especially with the base open.
Nate Savoy on deck. Might make you think twice about that.
It's a good point. Very good point.
Payoff pitch. Grounded. Knocked down. Flip to the pitcher. Nice hustle by Lynch. And a gorgeous play by Paulson. Remember that one later.
Yeah, you don't realize how hard of a play that is right there.
Jacob Jarrell tied the score, and the Tigers take the lead in the 4th. Michael Sharman's given up a couple runs, but he's found his strikeout stuff when he needed it.
He has. He's pitching to contact right there early in the count. And then when he needs, like last inning, we had 3 strikeouts right in a row. When he needs a big strikeout, he's gotten the big strikeout right there. And I think that's why he's been one of the most consistent pitchers for the Tigers so far this year.
You see there 5 strikeouts for Sharman. He struck out each of the last 3 guys that he faced after walk, single in the 4th. It really is a side of him that we haven't seen because he's been more of a pitch to contact. And, as we've talked about, you get deeper into the season, teams start figuring that out. All of a sudden, now you may have to rear back and get him out without your defense.
Yep. Sometimes you have to rear back, like you said, and get a strikeout. And he got 3 big strikeouts last inning.
And we should point out, too, that he doesn't have a reputation as a strikeout guy, but if you look at his numbers in the league, he struck out 6 in each of his last 2 starts. He's north of a strikeout an inning if you go back about a month. He just missed with that pitch.
And I think that's probably one of those guys that you don't realize what he's doing until after the game. And then next thing you know, he has six strikeouts. And he gets into your 6th, 7th inning right there. Those are the kind of guys that you just love to have on your staff.
In ACC play, 18 2/3 innings, 16 strikeouts. He only had 1 strikeout in his outing against Notre Dame. He got lit up a little bit there. 2-1. He had him way out
There in front
front.
of the changeup. You know that you're going to see that, right, in college baseball. Very rarely you're going to see like a Paul Skeens at LSU a few years ago that just kind of dominate through 15, 16 starts. You're going to have a little ups and downs. It's just like an ebb and flow, and even on the season, right? You're going to have ups and downs. As a coach, you want to be consistent, for all 56. But in reality, you're going to have your ups and downs throughout the year.
Michael Sharman with strikeout 6, right across the knees.
Yeah, he's starting to own that inside part of the corner on right-handers right there.
Let's a look at his ground ball. Now, again, ground ball rate lower, probably, you know that's the case. But glove side, he loves to spot both his fastball and his changeup right there.
Yep.
That was knocked down, and it was hit to right center by Schaffner for a base hit. And he thought about 2 and then rethought it.
That's a good turn right there, really aggressive turn.
Sharman also, one of the reasons he has this reputation is he throws a complete game on February 28th against the South Carolina Gamecocks in Columbia. He throws 78 pitches, 11 balls in a complete game.
I think he'll take that, especially against South Carolina.
Absolutely.
Or anybody, but even more against South Carolina.
There. First pitch swinging Gallagher, outfield deep. They played it perfectly. Yeah, in that 78 pitches, by the way, he struck out 4. So that's why everybody's like, oh, he's not a strikeout guy. Well, it's kind of turned into one.
Well, he just keeps doing what he's doing right now. He looks like he's under control. He feels good about himself. A lot of confidence out there. You can tell, a lot of confidence.
Here's Paulson. We talked about his effectiveness against lefties. He struck out and he's walked.
I think what's been impressive, after that balk in the last inning, he kind of settled right back down and refocused. That's the maturity right there.
All right, I'm going to make a point here. Something that you said. First time through, quick action, first pitches, okay? Second time through for North Carolina, a little bit deeper counts, making them work. First pitch swinging single, first pitch swinging fly out, third time through.
How about that?
We flopping it back.
That's why this game is wonderful. Sometimes you just never know.
Sharman, the Tennessee transfer against Paulson, the Stony Brook transfer. A mile in the air. Fultz running out of room, and he won't have enough.
I think that's one thing you're starting to see a lot more. And I think North Carolina and Clemson have both done a really good job when they hit the portal recruiting-wise. I think right now, North Carolina's lineup, they have 6 out of their 8 position players right now, 9 position players that are they got from the portal. And sometimes it's you think it's easy, but it's not, because it's more about the fit. I think that's one big key when you start recruiting in the portal. It's about the fit in your program. And both programs have done a really good job with that.
It's not always about the programs they come from either. I mean, you can look at North Carolina and go, okay, top 10 portal class. Okay, well, what does that mean? Well, look at them play.
Yeah.
I mean, watch the guys that they brought in, no matter what level, no matter where they were. And they did a good job, too. Runner moving. There's a line drive to right for a base hit. Tar Heels with a hit and run on, and they move the runners to the corners now with 2 outs.
With Sharman, that's the only time he's been hurt a little bit, when he elevates that ball. He elevates the ball a little bit, and he's been hurt a little bit right there. But there you see the top 10 transfer classes right there. I think North Carolina's done, and Eric has done a really good job here with his transfers. And like you said, you look at North Carolina, North Dakota State, Georgia State, George Mason, Clemson, Purdue, Loyola Marymount. So you kind of get them all over the place.
And you can look at that top 10 and you can see programs that maybe they're not getting the bang for their buck from their transfers for one reason or another. But North Carolina certainly is.
I think that's
6 losses on the season.
That's a really good point. Sometimes you don't see the guys that don't work out, right? The guys that work out, they're always in the forefront, but unfortunately, there are some guys that don't work out.
Macon Winslow, a transfer from Duke. He did not have to come far, and he's hit on the back foot, and now they are loaded with 2 outs. One-run game here, and all of a sudden the Tar Heels have really put some stress on Sharman in the 5th.
Yeah, I think we call this a high leverage situation. You know, it goes from low stress to, and that can happen in innings. You think you're cruising along, and then next thing you know, you got some high leverage right here. You got 2 outs, you got bases loaded.
And the way that Paulson and Winslow have set the table for Hull, he has been up in a lot of big spots. Jimmy Bellinger is going to come out and have a chat here, and he's going to bring everybody in.
Yeah, I think this is a good just deep breath right now. Jimmy, go out there, talk to him, settle everybody down, give him a little bit of a breather right here, because this is a big at bat right here.
I know we've said a lot of words about the strikeouts, but in reality, getting the infield all on the same page is not the worst thing in the world with a guy who's going to hit the bottom of the zone like he will. There's Dion Brown in the bullpen, throwing when the Tigers need him. I would imagine that Eric Bakich would love to get at least one more batter from Sharman.
Yeah, he's at 70. His pitch count's pretty good right now, right? You're on the you know, the back half of the season, right? Just kind of got through the halfway of the season, so pitch counts are starting to go up a little bit. So I'm sure, you know, their pitch count is probably 95 to a 105, somewhere around that range.
Meeting over. Let's see if it worked. Friend Bob Mahoney says every time Jimmy Bellinger goes to the mound, something changes.
That's a good thing.
A bit of a wizard.
Yeah. Well, he's been doing this a long time. So
he has.
He knows he's seen a lot of baseball, especially a lot of Tiger baseball. Actually, I was walking up the elevator with him this afternoon when he came in. I guess he's been doing it 37 years.
Wow.
That's a long time.
I'm not going to say whether I was born or not when he started. You can guess.
Yeah, he's been a part of this program as a player. You know, was a long time IPTE, you know, employee, and always had done the radio, TV.
0-2 count here. Sharman pumping him in there against Hull, who's reached on an error and he's got an RBI single. So this is again a spot. Sharman found himself ahead. Hull worked a 3-2 count and then singled the drive and a run on the ground ball.
Yeah, and he's got a little adrenaline going right there. That pitch right there is 91, and he hasn't been 99, 92, 93 much today. Reared back a little bit.
Rushed him back a bit, 2-2.
Sometimes that happens when you try to overthrow. You're trying to do a job. You want to get a situation done so badly. Big deep breath right there.
Big pitch right here. A little tight with a fastball, and it's full.
Yep. 3-2, 2 outs. The runners are going to be running right there. This is what we call a high leverage situation on both sides.
Hull, the George Mason transfer, waits on Sharman. Runners move. In the air, center field. Clavon camps, settles, and Sharman gets out of it with the lead. Again, the Tar Heels strand the bases loaded.
Exclusively on ESPN, 40-plus NCAA championships. Confetti rains. Nets are cut. Joy erupts. Hardware is hoisted. History happens here on ESPN, home of NCAA championships.
Savoy hit a ball really far yesterday. 435 feet, almost took out a cameraman. Luckily, he made it. And he was a big part of an offensive explosion last night.
We talked about strong young man. Strong young man. He's one of those guys that can overpower a baseball. You know, we talk about that a lot. I have a younger son, Chatham, who's a junior in high school. We talk about guys that can overpower baseballs. He's one of those guys that can overpower baseballs.
Where's Chatham? Oh, hey, there we go. There we go. 435 feet. Did he sign that? That's a Nate Savoy signature. Let's go.
That's a long ways.
I like that. I love that you did the big league bartering. Like, it's our cameraman, but we bartered to get him to sign the ball. That's great.
That is good.
I love that. I want to know where is, there's a look at it again. You know, a great souvenir and a great story. Where is Chatham on the Nate Savoy impact the baseball scale?
Oh, he loves it. He loves it. Yeah, he loves it. He's not there yet. He doesn't impact the baseball like that just yet, but he loves watching the Tigers.
Savoy 0 for today. He was so white hot to start the season, just ungodly numbers, and then cooled off. He was in a 1 for 23 slump in the middle of last weekend. And then he had 2 3-hit games out of 3. Last night was one of those. 3 for 4, reached 4 times.
Well, I think that just tells you this is a mental game as much as it's a physical game. You know, try to get those ups and downs, ebb and flow of a season, both individually and as a team right there, because you're going to have those things, and how you're able to work yourself through it and get to the other side, because you know if you put the work in the process that it's still going to pay off for you.
Speaking of inches, game of inches there. That was inches from a double.
That is.
Savoy bounces it down the line. Now he's got to come back and waits on another 1-2 pitch from Lynch. Not as much stirring down in the bullpen for North Carolina. McDuffie's probably ready whenever they need him. Grounder right at short. Scoop by Schaffner. He throws him out.
Yeah, I would have to say Lynch is up 83 right now. Going to be at 84 this next hitter right here with Creighton. Yeah, they're probably getting close. You know, his leash is probably getting shorter and shorter right now. Especially if he can get you through the 5th. You know, your quality start right there.
Yeah, Crichton's 0 for 2 today as well. Ground out, fly out. Both early count balls in play. Still plenty of life on that fastball, 96.
Yeah, that's a big, strong young man right there, that he's able to hold his velocity right now through 84 pitches, and he's still 94, 97, 96, 97. Slider still 85, 87.
He's been tough on the hitters at the top of this lineup today. Clavon, Savoy, Crichton hitless right now. And there's the announcer's jinx at work. Crichton with a single through the right side, a 1-out base runner.
Well, I think both of them, you know, Lynch and Sharman, they've worked through some situations and situational innings, had some traffic on the bases. Both of them have worked through that.
Crichton, a good base runner. He's not stealing a ton, 1 for 1, but also a good athlete on the bases.
He's got some experience too, so I think that's going to help right here. I don't think he's going to be running right here.
Gaffney, line drive, and is it caught? Yes! What a play by Hull as it hung up for him to give him a chance.
That first step right there by Hull was really good. I wasn't sure he was going to get to that, because if that would have got past him, that probably would have been a run right there. But he had a really good first step.
Boy, that was a hit off the bat, and then it just sort of hung up there.
Yeah. Well, as an outfielder, if anything below your shoulders, you know you have to come in on the ball. Anything above your shoulders, you know you have to drop, step, and go. But his first step was in. He read that really well off the bat.
Here's Gerald. Hit one hard and long his last time up on an 0-2 pitch, his 13th home run. Talked about his mom yesterday. Former North Carolina softball player.
So they got a little baby blue in their family.
Yeah, he talked about going to games up there. He was a kid growing up in the Florence area.
Yeah.
Glad to be wearing purple today, though, I'm sure.
I think both these schools, Clemson and North Carolina, I think just the college experience at both schools are very, very good, right? I think you have a really good experience at both institutions.
If you're a baseball player, you probably have a good baseball experience at both places.
Absolutely,
too.
absolutely. A lot of tradition, a lot of good players that come through these programs.
There's a get me over strike at 94.
Yeah, he's holding it. Yeah, the bullpen's starting to get loose a little bit right now, so you're seeing he's probably got a short leash right here. You're creeping into 100 pitches here soon.
Fastball count. Oh, he tried to sneak one down at the knees and just missed.
And I think both programs, both head coaches, both pitching coaches, you know, they're not out here to hurt kids at all. You know, I think they're very conscientious of who's on the mound, the stress level, how many pitches. You know, I think that's one thing that you've seen a lot over the years, just through college baseball, is that how important it is to take care of your kids too. You're not out here trying to hurt somebody. And yeah, we all want to win. Everybody wants to win, but there's also a way to do it. And I think both programs do an outstanding job with that.
Now, time called, and this was a sin. This is a slow walk from Winslow.
He's just trying to buy some time in the bullpen, right? Get a couple extra pitches right there. I think they still got Walker McDuffie in the bullpen, so he's probably not too far away right now. Looks like he just gave the hat sign there, so he's ready to go.
McDuffie's a guy, you know, Scott Forbes talked about, you know, in a one-run game, even down, is that a guy you would pitch yesterday? And I think they were trying to get a little deeper in the game, but reality, you're going to need him in the series, and you may need him to eat, you know, 3+ innings, and he's a guy that can do it. He threw 7 innings last week.
Yeah, I think talking with the staff is they have a lot of confidence in him.
2 on, 2 out. Lynch has a chance to go get Lichtenberger and complete 5. Winslow stopped it. Lichtenberger singled and scored back in the 4th inning.
Yeah, I think this shows a lot of confidence in Lynch, too, from the coaching staff. You know, letting him stay out there. You know, probably wants to stay out there. So it's sometimes that's what you want. As a coach, you want to see those guys that they want to stay out there. They want to get this big out right here.
Talked about Lichtenberger's prowess with men in scoring position. Tigers 1 for 6 today. Tar Heels 1 for 8. Down low.
Good take. Lichtenberger's really seen the ball right here. That last at bat was a really good swing. That single to right field right there. So you can tell he has a really good feel for the plate discipline, swing decision today.
High strike. Good pitch.
A slider up right there.
I am impressed. I mean, you're talking about a guy throwing 95 pitches, and that was an 83-mile-an-hour tight slider.
Yeah. Well, like we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, his stuff is electric, right? It's electric.
This is a point where sometimes guys get a little leery of those breaking pitches because they tend to start spinning, but he's not gassed. I'll tell you, if he comes out of this game, it's not going to be fatigued.
No, he looks good, looks strong. Well, Sherman does too. Both of them look really good right now as we're in the 5th inning.
Lynch needs a couple strikes. A disengage there off the back.
I would have to say this is probably his last hitter, though.
Lichtenberger can sit dead red. Popped up. Left field line. In play. Catch made, and Lynch works around it. Tigers can't scratch. Lead by 1 as we head to the 6th. Into a 3-2 score. Little bobble up the middle by Lichtenberger. Led to a run. The Tigers respond to TR, and that has been the name of the game as we head to the 4th inning. Again, Hull with the single on the diving stop. Instead of a fielder's choice, he gets the infield knock. And the Tar Heels lead, but then Jacob Jarrell. Big fly to lead off the bottom of the 4th, just like that. Tied at 2. And the Tigers would add another one later on the Moore fielder's choice RBI. A 3-2 lead, though, for Clemson. Good ball game here so far. A lot of action both ways in a back-and-forth affair.
A little bit of everything right now. We're seeing a little bit of balls. You're able to, drive the ball in the gap right now. We're seeing some really good pitching on both sides, some solid defense. I think it's a really well-played game right now. So now you're getting into the later innings right here and see what's going to happen.
A new pitcher for the Tigers here, Dion Brown. This is a youngster right here. He came in about 135 pounds soaking wet. Last year didn't pitch very much at all. This year, 16 innings, and there is some electricity in this guy. Again, he looks slight, but he can hum it in there.
Yeah, what the coaching staff has really talked about how he changed his work ethic and his body over the summer. Really gained some weight, and you see it. You're going to see up to 95 on the fastball, the slider. You're going to see up to 86, curveball 83, 84. But they just rave about what his work ethic has been this summer to really get bigger, get stronger, and you see his overall stuff has gone up, and they have a lot of confidence in him right now.
As you can see, he loves that curveball. It's probably his best pitch. He threw it for strike 1.
And he's such a good athlete, right? And I think that's one thing that you see, especially in the Clemson programs. Is all these pitchers are just really good athletes as well.
A mid-90s fastball from Brown gives him a chance to come back with the breaking ball if he wants. Against Colin Hynek, who is 0 for 1 with a sac fly and a strikeout. Grounder to short. One gone.
So he reminds me of a young man that we had back when I was coaching here, DJ Mitchell. Played right field for us. He's a two-way guy, but ended up being, our go-to guy. And I know I'm getting old, but maybe, 2009-ish, maybe a little earlier than that. But just a great athlete. Ended up being, played in the Yankees organization, but reminds me a lot of DJ Mitchell. Wiry, athletic, really good arm.
And he was a guy, too, that kind of had to fill out a little bit.
He did.
Like you said, when he was
Yep.
Tyler Howes 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Yeah, Brown perhaps best known, the viral video when the Savannah Bananas came. He was the pitcher that did the backflip.
Yep. And he's got
That
good
video.
genes, too, right? We all know he's got good genes. Dad played
yeah,
in the
Shelton
NFL.
Brown.
Shelton Brown, right?
Very good cornerback, former Gamecock and Philadelphia Eagle.
Yeah. Dad always runs a really good travel ball program in the Rock Hill, Chester area right there, too. He's been doing that for a long time.
1-2 pitch to Howe. Bounces, almost hit him. I'm not sure how it didn't.
I think that was more like luck that it didn't hit him.
Brown back aboard. Swing and a miss. Look out. Bat goes flying, and Brown's got his first strikeout.
He had him a little bit out in front right there. Just a tad bit out front.
Howes hearing it from the first row there, too, as he goes back with a walk of shame.
That's a really good changeup. Really good changeup. Good arm speed on that. You couldn't even tell it out of his hand right there. That's a really good action right there.
Here's Nicholson. Splits the plate, does Brown. Nicholson struck out twice swinging.
And I think you look at Brown, how easy his arm action is, right? That's one thing you always look at, is that's an easy arm action. I mean, it's an easy 95, 96 right here.
Partisans didn't love that call. 96 on the fastball. And he missed there upstairs. Bottom of the order, Clemson, again, we talked about the struggles at the top of the order for Clemson's lineup. This has been the problem spot for UNC. Not just outs, but strikeouts. The bottom 4 guys in the order have combined to strike out 6 times already today.
Yeah. But maybe even give Sharman a little credit for that, too,
Yeah.
right? You can
Sure.
look at both ways, right? You can look at it both ways, but you look at Sharman's day, again, both him and Lynch, quality starts. Quality starts when you go back and evaluating the game. I think you got 2 quality starts.
Nicholson draws a 5-pitch walk. He is the first man to hit 6 to 9 to reach base at all for North Carolina. And they've left 6 guys on base so far today, and that's how it happens. You know, Eric Bakich has even said a couple of times this year that one of the issues that he's had is he's juggled the lineup, but you don't know who's going to be hot that day, and so you know, you got 3 guys who are hitting well, but they're hitting 2nd, 5th, and 8th. You're going to have a hard time scoring runs.
You know, sometimes we call that hope coaching. And that's not a good thing to have sometimes. You know, nobody really wants to be in that situation where you're hoping, you know. But sometimes that's what happens.
All right, time called here. Finale of this series, 12:30 tomorrow afternoon.
That's an early one tomorrow.
ESPN2, they bring in professionals for that. Bit of an early one here at the ballpark. You can go home and, you know, if things go, you know, at a pretty good pace, you can get home and watch the leaders tee off.
That's right.
Tomorrow.
That's right. That's right. Nothing better Sunday in the Masters.
Player-led mound visit over. Breaking ball strike.
I think that was just to slow things down a little bit, make sure they're all on the same page. Let's close out this inning right here.
1-1, got a wave. McGinnis is down 1-2.
You know, you can see right now Clemson is what we call no doubles defense. Third baseman's a little bit on the line, outfield's a little deep because they don't. A double will score a run, so they're in almost like what we call a prevent defense right here. That's a good pitch.
Strike 3 called, and Brown skips off the mound. A 2-strikeout inning for Brown out of the bullpen, and the Tigers lead still 1, middle of 6. Well, the Tar Heels going to the bullpen. First time today, Scott Forbes calls on a reliable young right-hander in Walker McDuffie here.
Yeah, I think talking to the staff, they have a lot of confidence in McDuffie. You're going to see a fastball 90, 94. You got a two-seamer 90, 91. Slider's going to play at 80, 81 with a changeup 82, 84. But he's a heavy slider guy. He's a heavy mix with the fastball and slider. It's almost a 50-50 split right there. So that's going to be interesting to see how he pitches these guys. But it's a heavy mix, fastball slider mix.
One of the hammers in this bullpen. You look at the stat sheet, the numbers jump off the page to you. He's going to face a bottom third of Clemson's order first.
Yeah, he's part of that. They got a three-headed monster down there, and he's one of those guys that they have a lot of confidence in. And he can be extended too, right? He's just not a one-inning or two-inning guy. He can be a nine-out guy.
Jason Foltz has run the bases twice today. Walked in the second. There's on air in the fourth. Lynch, again, much like Sharman, 5 strong innings. Limited damage for the most part. The difference in the game really is a home run.
Yeah, I mean, look at Lynch, 5 innings pitched, right? 5 hits. 3 strikeouts, 2 walks right there, 2 earned runs. I mean, you know, at 97 pitches, you know, quality start. Same with Sharman.
McDuffie's got a couple of saves on the year. Again, you're going to him in the 6th. You're probably not doing that. What he's doing right here, though, he's preserving the right for you to go win the game.
Absolutely.
In the latter third.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Leadoff walk is not how he wanted to start, as Foltz does it again. His patience continues to show up.
Now we're getting into the 6th inning right here. You may see a little more small ball going on right here, right? You're trying to play for one run right here, 1-2 runs right here, so you're trying to extend the lead. Clemson's trying to do right here. So you may see a little bit more situational hitting going on.
Here's Moore. Ground ball right to the first baseman. Chance to turn it, and they do. Had to be quick. 3-6-1 double play.
Hardest double play in baseball right there. Hardest double play in baseball. Yeah. You know, it takes a really good feed from Paulson, really good feed from Schaefer, and the pitcher trying to get over there. Really good play. That's why you spend a lot of that fall working on those type of play with PFP right there in the backfield, and you're working PFP.
95-mile-an-hour exit velocity on that. It got on Paulson quickly, but he fielded it smooth and had a chance there.
He did.
Here's Dillard, 0 for 2 today.
It looks like we may have the battle of the bullpens here going in these last 3.5 innings.
In a 1-run game, this is how you want it in the ACC. I mean, this is good stuff.
Makes our job a little easier.
You're doggone right. Makes the coach's jobs a little harder.
That's right.
I'm sure you can appreciate both sides of that equation.
Oh yeah, you see a little bit more pacing going on right now, a little bit more stress. There's that. Looking at the your notebook a little harder. Your lineup cards.
McDuffie a chance to face a minimum with one more well-placed strike. Dillard choking up, and he's hit. Dillard takes one off the arm. It's a little scary for Clemson, folks. Running out of second baseman. Right on the inside of that wrist.
Yeah, maybe up in the chest. I think that got right on the seat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, if you're going to get hit, that's probably one of the best places to get hit.
Eric Bakich and Griffin Mazer having a chat. Kim Hill's going to come out as well. And again, this is one of the reasons why Dillard's a 9-hole hitter, but he's playing second base today. The everyday second baseman, Jaron Purify, got hit in the hand. He's been out a few weeks, cleared the pinch run. We may see him today. One of the other second base options perhaps is Tristan McClatty, who we talked about, just rejoined the team yesterday after being hit in the face with a pitch at Stanford, and he's hoping to be cleared soon. Now Purify, I mean, he was joking with Eric Baggett. He met with the media last night, and Purify was like, hey, they're saying I can play tomorrow? Is that okay? Baggett's like, yeah, sure, tomorrow. So he's trying to get back out there. But man, you talk about a guy that you can't miss. I mean, you're just running out of second baseman here.
Well, with Jared Purify, that's what you want. That's the attitude that you want. You know, everything that I hear the coaching staff talk about him, he's a 10 out of 10 kid. He's a great teammate, and that means so much. When I think that's the one of the best things that you can talk about one of your players is what type of teammate are you? And some people don't realize that, but being a great teammate from a coaching standpoint means a lot to you.
Jared Purify, a guy that Eric Baggett started recruiting when he's a head coach at Michigan. And two-time captain. He's everything you want in your program. He was the leadoff hitter, and thankfully for Clemson, Bryce Clavon really has stepped into that role and done a good job last week or so.
Well, when you're building a team, especially the caliber of North Carolina and Clemson, you have to build depth. Because throughout the season, you know guys are going to get dinged up. You know guys are going to go into slumps, and you got to have that next man mentality. And one of the as a coach, what you're trying to do is keep those guys on the bench still locked in because they're one injury away, right? So
Scott Forbes certainly knows that. They've had a little better luck with injuries, I think, at least in the season. We talked about this yesterday, that their 2 through 6 hitters in the lineup and their 8 hitter today have all started every game. Schaffner missed one, and they basically made him take a day off. So essentially they've had 7 of their starting 9 available every game.
Well, I think what will happen is, in about a month and a half, when we start getting to regionals, super regionals in Omaha, you look at those teams that are having success, they've stayed away from the injury bug. And sometimes you can't do anything about it.
McDuffie with a strong 6th. We head to the latter third of the game after this. All right, back to the top of the order for North Carolina in the top of the 7th inning. Jake Schaffner's up first. TR, this is a guy who knows how to get to third base. He's tied for 2nd in the nation in triples. You see there Toomey from BC. They're tied for the ACC lead.
Yeah, you can see how he runs. Actually, I was watching him against Charlotte on Tuesday, and he just hit one right down the first base line, right field line. Next thing you know, he's at third base. He can really run. Does a really good job. And to get triples, you really make your triple from home to first, and he runs hard out of the box right there every time. So we're getting to the 7th inning right here. You got the leadoff hitter on, so we'll see what UNC can do right here.
Schaffner, really an interesting guy, because He's got everything you want. I mean, he looks, the way he handles the bat, he looks like a prototypical leadoff hitter. Doesn't strike out. He walks a lot. He gets hit by pitches. He can steal a bag. He's also got 18 extra base hits. So there's a little pop in there. There's some gap-to-gap stuff. It just feels like a total package that's come together for him.
Yeah, well, actually, it's funny that you say that, because when I was talking to Coach Forbes earlier in the week, he looks like a UNC guy, right? And I say that all the time, right? You look at a Clemson guy, he looks like, or you'll go out and you'll watch, that looks like a Clemson guy, right? So it's funny how every program, every coach has the type of players that they want, they look like, and he kind of fits the bill of UNC.
Brown got him with a changeup there.
He's got a little feel for his changeup today. That's really good action on it. Good arm speed right there. It's hard to pick that up as a hitter.
Third strikeout for Brown. That ball's ripped down the line. That's a heat-seeking missile to the corner. Cruising into second is Gallagher. He will slide. Strong throw in. Made him hit the deck, but a two-base hit for North Carolina as Gallagher puts him in business.
Yep. That breaking ball just hung up a little bit right there. He got the bat head out right there. Drove it down the left field line for a really solid double right there. So here, this situation is going to be interesting to see how many times he goes to his changeup right here, right? The right on left matchup right there, changeup. It looks like he's got a really good feel for his changeup today.
Brown got Gallagher to basically reach down and touch the base at second. Second double of the game for the Tar Heels. We talked about the gap and extra base hits yesterday. It was important. Both teams with 2 extra base hits in this game. Big cut on a fastball.
He's probably go to work on that. He's a little late on that fastball right there.
Paulson's situation with runners in scoring position. He's 1 for 2 today, scored a run. Facing a right-hander we talked about. Done pretty much equal damage left and right. 421 hitter with runners in scoring position coming into the series. This ball's lofted to center.
Just missed it.
Clavon back now in, makes the catch. Runner tagging, throw through is a little offline. An aggressive play with 2 outs for Gallagher. Getting down to third is the tying run.
Yeah, that's a good throw by Cleveland right there. Stay behind it right there. A good jump right there. So by Gallagher right there. So moved up a base.
Last night that ball might have been a threat. Clavon went back. The wind is, there's not a lot of wind, but it's a little bit in. And so that wind's going to knock it down right there along the batter's eye.
Yeah.
Out straight back by Winslow.
Those flags in right center field have always been there. And then you always had the flags at the Cajun Cafe, so you can always get an idea of what the whole ballpark is doing, because sometimes they'll swirl in here.
And even right now, check swing. Winslow goes around, 0-2. The flags there in center field are gusting in. The flag in the cafe is going dead east. Here's a look at the flags in.
Figure that out.
0-2 pitch, a little tight. This Clemson staff unafraid to pitch inside. I know it's been a frustration. A lot of hit by pitches with 2 strikes, but that's a program philosophy.
That's right. That's right. Because a lot of times philosophy is you want to go away with 2 strikes, but if you can, I always think a fastball in with 2 strikes, it's a great pitch.
Popped up. Brown's got a beat on it, but he runs out of room. Well, you saw there on your screen the athleticism on display. I'm not sure Savoy really knew where it was. Brown knew, and he was out like a rocket.
That's when it's nice to have a great athlete on the mound. And I'm sure when Clemson is practicing, you talk about who's on the mound, right? Who's on the mound. So like when I was with Coach Leggett, he would always put numbers 1, 2, and 3. A 1 is the best. You want to be a 1 out there. You know, a 2, 3 is not so good. So when you got 1s out there, yeah, that makes a lot of difference. Especially like when you're talking about bunt coverages, right there. Right, you can let the pitcher take care of bunt coverages, or even like a pop-up right there in foul territory.
1-2. Just missed.
That did not miss by much right there.
Brown thought he had it. I think Savoy did too.
Yeah, I think we all did.
Tip into the mid. Dion Brown fired up. 4 strikeouts in 2 innings out of the pen. And the tying run stays at third. Crowd stretching at Clemson. Tigers looking to stretch the lead up 3-2. Just got to do it with 1 swing. Nate Savoy. The numbers there. Slugging percentage actually down, but look at those others. The batting average and the on base way up in his sophomore season, and he's catching today. He's been playing some left field and DH. He's in the lineup with permanent marker every day.
Yeah, well, I think that goes back to the player development program they have here at Clemson, you know, with Coach Schnabel, Coach Mazer, Coach Paulson, you know, of course, Coach Back. They do a really good job, you know, with the development, especially of the offensive players, you know, and then Coach Bellinger with the pitchers.
Is it weird to say Coach Paulson?
It is.
You're proud of that?
It is.
I love the formality there. That's great. 2-0's a little down and in, ball 3. You got to be proud of Ben. I mean, he's had a good career as a player. He's been here as a mainstay, and as you said, they've got a really good track record of development here.
They do. I am very, very proud of him. He's able to stay in coaching and got an opportunity. Eric kept him on, and he's just flourished right there. And, you know, probably, you know, the 2 things that I enjoy the most is you miss throwing BP to him and throwing BP to my younger Chatham. Those are 2 things I've always really, really enjoyed. And when you get a chance to coach your son in college, something special, and I give all the credit to Coach Leggett and Sully, you know, because I was with those 2 guys, and they recruited him. I didn't recruit him, so I was very fortunate to have that opportunity. And he was a pretty decent player too.
Yeah, not too shabby, you know. There's a look at that brain trust in the first base dugout. I think Ben's there in the back.
Usually he is.
Maybe on the side somewhere. In the shadows. In fact, I see Ben. He's giving some pointers to Luke Gaffney right now.
Yeah, and then also Phil Pohl. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was able to coach Phil Pohl, too, one of the best young men there's out there. Still remember his visit. the handshake.
Breaking ball strike. Jack Crichton 1 for 3. Had a single his last time up. Upstairs, ball 1.
Well, this has turned into a little high leverage game right here.
There's a line drive base hit to left field. Crichton thought about 2, a little stumble there and left. Crichton's got a multi-hit game. He continues to produce in that 3 spot.
Well, you go back, he's just a really good hitter, right? You almost say he's a professional hitter, and you're seeing a little bit more power this year, but I know the coaching staff just raves about him.
I bet that guy raves about him too.
He does. That's one of his favorites. There's no doubt about that. One of his favorites.
That has been Paulson, Tom Reginas' son, director of player development, and the man with the stopwatch over there right now. Luke Gaffney's up now with a man aboard and 1 out, and as you said, interesting to think about the mechanics you could put in motion just trying to get a run somehow.
But I think you also see the benefit of having Winslow behind the plate that is a big league thrower, right? It kind of shuts the running game down at this point right now. Really tough to run on him.
You also have hard throwers who don't bounce the ball.
No.
You know,
right.
You're not going to have a lot of wild pitches. You've got some good breaking stuff, but Winslow's not having to work real hard. You can't even take a chance on a breaking ball that it might bounce up there.
Right, and you just look at McDuffie's feet right there on the pick to first base. Really quick feet. Now he's a little high leg kick, a little delay stool.
Throw down, and it gets away, and Crichton steals. Just the 11th stolen base against North Carolina this year.
Yeah, that looked like it may have been a little bit of a delay steal right there. Have to go back and look at it.
Crichton's going to hold on a second. Here's a look at it.
No. Just a really good jump.
Got a good jump, and really not a bad pitch to run on.
No, it's not. Yeah,
Good guess.
Yeah. The leg kick was probably like a 1-3, 1-4, a little higher leg kick. It's a good job right there.
Crichton's third stolen base of the year. And Gaffney nicked on the elbow. So now all of a sudden, you get the gears turning. You've got first and second, 1 out for Gerald. And some more workers down to the bullpen.
And sometimes you don't realize this, but you know, Jack Crichton, he was extending off in what we call the vault. It may have taken, you know, the concentration off just a little bit, and he hits the next batter right there. Something like that, the cat and mouse game of what you're trying to do is because it does take full concentration.
And that's a balk. He sure did. You talked about the concentration. He didn't have his hand in his glove when he went to the rubber. Well, you don't expect the dam to break like this, but again, they haven't had to deal with the run game very much.
Right.
Here's a look at what we're talking about here.
Oh yeah, double pump right there.
And now pitching coach visit, Brian Gaines.
Back to my point right there. You put a little pressure on him. You're taking his concentration off of the hitter, now the base runner, and you create a little bit of a havoc right there.
Duffy is no stranger. He's a sophomore, but he's no stranger to the bump.
Yeah.
He's been in big situations, high leverage, high pressure situations. Even a year ago, had 28 appearances, 7 saves, 55 in the 3rd innings.
But maybe he's never been in this situation at Clemson with these fans and the environment, and so it's another experience.
And you see their offensive timeouts. We talked about this last night, that part of what Eric Baggett has tried to do is he's being a little more explicit with his team. All right, we're going to be a little more aggressive, but we're going to have more conversations mid-inning. He's using his offensive timeouts a little more liberally, and he's done it quite a bit following visits to the mound, and Gerald, here's a look at his home run. They just walked him on purpose. Here's why. Full extension rope out to left center field. That tied the score at 2. And as we were showing you that highlight, they decided to walk him intentionally. So now bases loaded and 1 out for Lichtenberger.
Yeah. So it's a situation, you see what he's done to that. Now they got the double play in order, right? So it's a good situation to play the middle back. They're hoping they can turn. Now, Lichtenberger being a left-handed hitter, get down the line a little quicker. So they're going to need a hard ground ball right at one of the middle infielders to turn it over, though.
First baseman Paulson is in. He was played basically there last inning when Moore hit a one-hopper to him for a 3-6-1 double play. Ball 2, that's way outside.
So we got him into a hitter's count right now. He's in a good situation right here, so he can really be selective for something in the middle of the plate that he can handle.
App State transfer Lichtenberger. Ball 3. Trying to come back. He's trying to throw that changeup, and he just can't spot it.
That just shows you how much confidence he has in it. 2-0 with bases loaded, he's throwing a changeup. A lot of confidence.
That's ball 4. A 4-pitch walk, and it's a 4-2 lead. Give Lichtenberger his 21st RBI, and Crichton scores the run. That is not what you want when you intentionally walk Gerald.
That's not how you draw it up. That is not how you draw it up. Understand the thinking right there.
Ground ball toward the middle. 6-3 double play. Now that's what the doctor ordered for the Tar Heels. As Fultz grounds into the double play, the Tigers, though, get a big run. Inside the Tar Heel dugout, boy, they are on a very good trajectory. 5th best start in program history. Again, 28-6-1 after the loss last night. Look at the result of 3 of those 4 years. These are the kinds of teams that Mike Fox and now Scott Forbes tend to take to Omaha.
Yeah, and I think it was 2011. They were 1 out away from winning the national championship. Ball was hit to the second baseman that he made an error on. So, but Mike Fox was probably one of the qualiest individuals and coach that I've ever met. Just a really good guy.
Scott Forbes, a longtime assistant for Coach Fox, took over and has done a really remarkable job of maintaining that level of excellence. That is a very difficult thing when you've got a guy who's been in a program for a long time and great for a long time and leaves at the top of his game. You never want to be the guy that follows the guy, they say, but Scott Forbes has embraced it.
Yeah, but he was on the staff for a long time, too. So you've seen that where longtime assistants have stayed in one place because Scott Forbes had opportunities to be head coaches other places, but he just wanted to stay and do that and be that. And another really fine coach, John McCormick, was the same way at FAU. He was an assistant there for 20-plus years, and Coach Cooney retired, and he took over that program. He's done a fabulous job there, too. But the same situation. He was there as an assistant for a long time, just kind of paid his dues.
That's a Kirby Puckett ground ball. Brown can't make the play. That looked just like the old metronome right there.
I thought he was going to make that play, too. I thought he set up well. I thought he was going to make that play. That ball just can't come down quick enough.
That's probably the oldest reference that I feel comfortable making historically. I'm just old enough to remember Kirby Puckett. Hull gets the infield single. Here's Heineck. Heineck's 0 for 2. He grounded to short.
Talking about another big leaguers where that at Kirby Puckett. The first game I was a head coach was against Tony Gwynn at San Diego State.
How about that?
How about that? Yeah. Yep.
Just something about baseball. You don't know where it's going to take you.
You don't.
That's a great little factoid right there. You can take that with you forever.
Yep.
A time call, the 2-0 count. There is some activity in Clemson's bullpen right now. Danny Nelson is down there, the freshman right-hander. He's been a little up and down lately, but these are the situations that he's comfortable in.
Yeah. Get him back out there, get some experience right there.
Eric Bakich, you talked about in these moments when you start pacing, you start looking at your clipboard, not quite as still as you once were. Runner at first, nobody out. This is Heineck again. See if Brown takes a deep breath. Swing and a miss.
Good breaking ball right there, really good breaking ball.
North Carolina has had traffic today. They've left men on base in 5 of the first 7 innings. Snap throw back by Savoy, but Bull is there.
Both teams have had some traffic. You know, Clemson's got a couple big hits to put them ahead right there. But I think both sides have been pitching the ball very well and kind of pitch out of some high leverage situations.
Grounded foul. It's now full 3-2. Yet with the number of base runners and everything, you'd think this is like a 7-5 game instead of a 4-2 game.
Yeah, right. They made some big pitches. And another thing is this pitching staff, they're getting put in situations that down the line, it's going to help them. Experience, right?
Grounded to short. 6-4. Can they turn it? What a stretch by Gaffney. A double erasure by the Clemson infield. 2 away.
That's great double play right there. Great double play.
This is a 2-hopper here. I thought it was going to be a little too slow to Lichtenberger.
He redirected that really. Dillard redirected that really well.
That's a great play by.
Yeah, that's a good turn by Dillard. Really
and
good
a good play by Dillard.
Gafford, yeah. Both all the way around. Well, even Lichtenberger got in that a little bit in the 6th hole, gave him a really good feed so he could redirect it really quickly, and then a good pick. Pitcher's best friend right there.
That's right.
Right.
That ball's hit against the shift. Howe, the freshman, with bat control, beats it. And UNC going to restart things again with 2 outs. Second hit of the inning. And the 3rd hit given up by Brown in 2 2/3.
I think they're going to let him finish this inning, right? Get into the eighth. Get through the eighth.
I think that's the idea. Maybe a base runner.
Right, they're back in their prevent defense. No doubles right here.
Eric Bakich says no. That was the last one. Dion Brown, you could tell he walked off the back of the mound. I think he wants to finish.
I think as a pitcher, when you see the head coach come out, you know your days. Unless there's sometimes you go out there and you just look at a pitcher's eye, and you'll change your mind.
You know, I watched this happen against Miami.
Yes, I saw it.
A few weeks ago. Ariston Vesey, and I know for a fact that we'd all get fired if we said what Vesey said to his head coach, but Eric Bakich said, go get him, and walked right back, and Vesey did get the out, got out of the inning. So there are occasions where it works. You can talk yourself in.
Yeah. I think that like with Coach Bakich or Coach Forbes, these guys that have been doing it for a long time, it's also a gut feeling, right? And that's where I think sometimes you got to trust your eyes, trust your gut in this game, because you do have so much metrics, so much information that you try to put your players in the best position to be successful. But sometimes it just comes down to your old eyes and your old gut.
11 batters face for Dion Brown. He hands the ball to a freshman. We got a standing ovation when he left, and that's why. Got 8 outs, faced 11 batters. He leaves the game with 1 on and 2 outs in the 8th. Still 4 outs to collect for Eric Bakich and the Tigers. And the game now belongs to Danny Nelson, who has got very good stuff and is really a tailor-made back into the bullpen arm for the Tigers.
Yeah, and as a freshman, you have a lot of confidence bringing him in this situation. You're going to see a plus fastball up to 97 at times, a 2-seamer that you're going to see 94, 96 slider. Going to be up to 87 with a little up and down curveball, 82, 84. So 4-pitch mix guy that's put in this situation. That just shows you how much confidence that Coach Bellinger and Coach Bakich has in a freshman out here to try to settle things down and get into the 9th. Yeah, in this situation, you're just counting outs, right? You got 4 outs to go. You're just counting outs.
This is another youngster, too, with a lively fastball in the mid-90s. Much like Brown, his best pitch is his breaking ball. And he's really got 2 breaking balls. He's got a slider and then a more tilted curveball.
Yeah.
Here's Nicholson, a walk and 2 strikeouts today. Couldn't spot it at the knees, 2-1.
That's a good looking slider, nice and tight. 2,400 RPM right there. He's got a really good spin rate. Tar Heels trying to build it from the ground up here in the 8th.
Tying runs at the plate. Now a 2-2 count to Nicholson.
Yeah, that's almost an unhittable pitch right there. 95 on the corner. You'll be able to make a lot of money in Major League Baseball if you're able to keep that consistent.
That was a challenge fastball. He humped up to 96, fouled away. Gave you the stat earlier. 13 consecutive times when these teams have played a regular season game, the home team has won.
It's amazing.
That is incredible. 2-2 pitch, fouled.
It's almost like the stat with Duke basketball and North Carolina basketball, right? It's like 1 or 2 games difference.
That's right.
It's amazing.
And like the points
are
almost identical.
Yeah. That's when you can get into your numbers.
Oh, yeah.
You can dig in deep on that one.
You know.
You can go down a rabbit hole on that one.
There's a spreadsheet for me. 2-2 outside. Well, these two teams, I mean, they own 3 of the last 4 ACC championships for a reason.
Good situation right here. They're going to start the runner. You just got to keep the ball in front of you, because a long single, definitely double, could score a runner from first with them starting on the pitch.
Good fight there from Nicholson. He'll stick around for pitch 9.
Another good battle, good experience for Nelson.
Left center field, that's going to carry. It's going to split him. One hop off the wall. Clavon some trouble finding it, and the runner, Howe, will score from first. It's 4-3. What an at-bat by Nicholson.
Quality at bat, just fouled off some balls and got something he could do something with.
Third double of the game for North Carolina. The first hit for Nicholson of the series comes at a great time.
He got the bat head out right there. Good, really good looking swing.
Good hustle there from first two by Howe to score.
That's what happens. 3-2, 2 outs. You start the runner right there, ball in the gap. It's an easy run right there.
We got a pinch hitter. Lee Sowers is in the game. Sophomore. Coming in as a left-hand bat against Nelson.
Does a really good job against gets righties right here. He only has 10 at-bats all year. So he must have some confidence in him right there.
And McGinnis ends his day 0 for 3 with a couple strikeouts.
2 for 10 on the season right now.
This would be a huge spot if he could deliver for the Tar Heels.
Yeah.
Big spot for Nelson, too, if he can escape this. 26 strikeouts in 15 innings. He couldn't find strike 3 against Nicholson. He's got 2/3 of the way there against Sowers.
And your infield's got to go basically keep the ball in the infield. We call belly play. Try to keep, because it saves a run. That's what you're trying to do right now as an infield. You just want to save a run.
Nelson's 0-2. Skips up there. Nelson, the third pitcher of the day for Clemson. By the way, that run charged to Brown.
And this is a tough situation coming off the bench right here. Pitch hitting is a really, in my opinion, it's one of the hardest things to do in baseball. You got to be really, it takes a special young man to be locked in watching the pitcher, and then you get your number called, you got to be ready to go. Rusty Staub, you remember that name?
Oh, yeah.
That's like a Hall of Fame pinch hitter right
Hall
there.
of Famer.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
DH,
that's
yeah, it's going
creme
back.
de la creme.
Yeah, that's going back.
Pitch. Strike 3 called. Paint job for Nelson. And the Tigers exit the 8th with a 1-run lead. set to lead things off for Clemson in the 8th. The last time he hit in the latter third of a game, 7th inning last night, his first career home run. That gave the Tigers their 8th and 9th runs. Look at the numbers on the home run. Just kind of coaxed it into the Cajun Cafe up there.
A little down and in lefty. That's when their little happy zone right there. Those lefties like that down and in ball right there. Just got the bat head out there, and for his first Tiger home run.
That was also
Great
on the
night.
8th pitch of an at-bat, too. He really battled a 2-2 count, fouled off some pitches to get there. Today, he is 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. He continues to produce, and I'll tell you this, if he keeps driving runs in, he's going to work his way up from 8th.
Oh, no question right now. But now he's a leadoff hitter right now.
Right.
That's what happens. No matter where you're hitting in the lineup, it changes throughout the game. So now he may start out as an 8-hole hitter at the beginning, and now he's a leadoff, which is a very important leadoff hitter, right? Run ball game, you need that leadoff runner on right now, any way you can.
McDuffie back out there again for the Tar Heels. Trustworthy right-handed arm. There is some light activity happening down the left field line. Emphasis on light. One ball, 2 strike count. Here's the new left fielder, Carter French, who checks in. He'll hit in the 9 spot for Sowers. Two count.
It's funny, you look at the overall hitting stats right now. You know, Clemson's only 6 for 26. UNC's 9 for 32. The difference is UNC has 11 strikeouts. Clemson only has 3. Put the ball in play, good things happen.
It's a huge disparity, even after last night.
Yeah.
Still is shocking. Strike 3, bottom of the zone with 94.
You're seeing both teams go a little more hard in with 2 strikes today.
That's a first strikeout for McDuffie, to your point. Clemson's been hard to strike out.
Yeah.
The strikeout guy to struggle to find one. Jay Dillard was hit by McDuffie's fastball his last time up. Nice snag, throw.
It's a really nice play right there.
Man, great play, Nicholson.
And that's why baseball is such a funny game, because you just look like overall, you look at these offenses of today. It's a nice play right there, the replay, right, getting up to his feet quickly. But, you know, Clemson's got a 1-run lead, but they're 1 for 7 with 2 outs. They're 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. You know, and so it's a funny game.
I think both teams would say defensively they're pleased with what they've done. Pitching wise, they're pleased with what they've done. Offensively, left some runs on the table. Again, sort of like we talked about yesterday, particularly for North Carolina.
Yep.
1 ball, 1 strike to count. Eric Bakich is really frustrated. And he is chirping right now at our home plate umpire, Chris Ward.
I think his communication's not very good today. And they got Tiger Faithful on him too.
Check swing, and they are going to check, and no go, says Robert Nunez. He'll have to deal with this abuse tomorrow behind the plate.
Yeah.
Foul back. Clavon, you can see the body language there. He had one right in the cookie jars last time up and fouled it.
Fouled it up. Yep. And I thought they've been doing a pretty good job. Balls in the middle, and that's when you look at the numbers. When they have had a ball in the middle of the plate, the mistake, they did collect on it a couple times.
Clavon, the leadoff man, 0 for 3 with a hit by pitch. He was 1 for 4 with a hit by pitch in yesterday's game. Strike 3. A 1-2-3 bottom of the 8th for Walker McDuffie. A 1-run game as we go to the 9th in Clemson. Good battle here in Clemson today. Glad you've joined us. William Quackenbush, Tom Reginas. Tigers have been ahead for really the latter half of this game. North Carolina led twice. 1-0 and 2-1, but that 2 spot in the 4th, the singular runs in the 7th and 8th have us in a 1-run game. The difference, really the home run. I mean, there's been manufactured runs, the other 3 on both sides, but the Tigers have the long ball.
They do. And then I always say this, 1-run ball games, it comes down to toughness. And I think both clubs have won a lot of close ball games, come from behind. So there's a lot of toughness on both sides. But when it comes down to 1-run ball games, a lot of times it comes down to toughness. Who's going to be able to execute late in pressure situations?
Top of the order due up. This is exactly what the Tar Heels would want. Schaffner, Gallagher, Paulson. Against the freshman, Danny Nelson. Knee-high strike. That's a good way to start.
It is. That first out in the 9th inning is the hardest one to get when you're up.
Tar Heels have put themselves 1 swing away. Schaffner lifts 1 to left. That's going to run a while and give him a chance for 2. And he will get to second base, sliding in. Scott Forbes has a runner at second with nobody out in a 1-run game. Scott can hit.
He can. Good looking player. It's going to be interesting to see how they play this, right? On the road, you always play for the win, or do you play for the tie because you feel like your bullpen is where it needs to be? So it's going to be interesting to see what Coach Forbes does right here. Do you play a little small ball, get him in scoring position, or you go for the win on the road? 2 different philosophies.
Only 3 sack bunts all year, just to throw it out there. Gallagher has none, and he won't square here.
No.
He takes a strike. Sack bunt's not the only way to move them.
Nope.
But it is one way.
It is. I think this is the first time all game Coach Forbes put any signs on. I don't think he's given any signs all day.
Fly ball to right.
It's going to be close.
Crichton's in toward the line. He makes the catch, tagging. And the throw's cut off by Lichtenberger. It was such a long run there by Crichton, it would have been hard for him to get a lot behind it.
Yeah, and he's going towards the line, and he's a right-handed thrower, so yeah, that's good base running right there.
Now here is Paulson. The tying run 90 feet away for North Carolina. If the Tar Heels can tie it up, they at least give themselves a chance. And here's Eric Bakich coming out. This may be a little lefty-lefty situation. Justin Legernick is hot down in the Clemson bullpen. He would fit the mold. Ariston Veazey is also down there. So you've got double barrel action. The next two batters, you've got a lefty in Paulson. And you've got a righty in Winslow, a lefty in Hull. So really, North Carolina makes it tough. That's why you like that left-right.
Yep.
And in comes Justin Legernick with a heck of a task on his hands in the ninth. The Tigers clinging to a one-run lead, and the game has been put in the hands of Justin Legernick. 3 saves, and recently of this glut of high-leverage arms that Erik Bakich believes in, he's been the guy at the top of the totem pole.
Well, you see, he's going to have a really good fastball from the left side. He's going to touch a 96, and he's going to be anywhere from 93, 95, touch some 96. He's got a little two-seamer that's 92, 93, then a cutter slider that's going to play at 87, 88. So it's really a two-pitch mix when you look at fastball, slider, fastball, cutter, just depending on what he throws right there with the slider, cutter. It's just about the same type of pitch right there. So it's going to be interesting. The left on left with Paulson right here. It's just going to be a really good matchup. And we talk about high leverage situations. This is exactly why college baseball is so good right here.
7 career starts for Legernick. 11 times he's finished a game. He has 3 saves this season, including a 3-out save against Miami back on March 27th and a 6-out save against Santa Clara. Ground ball to third, throw to the plate, safe at the plate. We're tied.
That's a heck of a play, though. That's a heck of a play.
What a snag by Fultz to even make it a chance.
Yeah.
And why not challenge?
Why
this
not?
is a big play in the game. If you get the overturn, I mean, there's no time to look at a replay and figure it out. If you don't get the overturn, it's tied, you're still playing. If you do, it's a massive second out.
Massive second out right there. Heck of a play by Fultz right there, but something that probably doesn't go unnoticed is you're going on down angle, and Schaffner's jump on that. Right, there's no hesitation. Saw that ball down because you're going on contact.
I think he's in.
I think he is too. I think his hand got in there.
Now, Gerald did a decent job. I would call it blocking the plate without blocking it. He gave him a path that it was a wide path.
And that's the rule. You have to give him a path, right? You have to give him a path. They changed that about 2 or 3 years. You can't block it without the ball. So he did it the right way.
It's a really good slide by Schaffner there.
Yeah, and it's a good tag right there. You know, he went right to it, let the ball travel. The ball's always quicker than you are.
There's another look at Savoy. You see him with a knee right there. Drops it down.
Chris Ward's in a really good position too. He put himself in a good position to make that call, because that's a lot of times when you have an argument as a coach is that the umpire's not in the right position. Good base running also there too.
After the review, the play is safe, confirmed.
All right, so the runner's safe, and so we're tied at 4. And now Justin Legurnic's got to keep the game right here with a runner at first, 1 out. North Carolina not done here in the 9th. And a pinch runner, I believe, is going to come in as well, as you saw the attaboys for Eric Paulson as he came into the dugout. Now, Eric Bakich is asking, I don't know what he's asking, but so look at our pinch runner. Chris Ward and Adam Dowdy are both talking to Eric Bakich, and that conversation ends.
Not sure what he was asking about right there. Maybe some clarification on something.
Perry Hargett, pinch running. Here's Winslow. He's been good all day. Foul ball back. 2 for 3 with a hit by pitch. He's got a double and a run scored.
Ball was a little bit in on him right there. He's trying to be aggressive right away.
Strike at the top of the zone. Good pitch.
96 at the top of the zone. That is a pretty good pitch right there from the left side.
That goes in the book, by the way, as a fielder's choice RBI for Paulson. So he doesn't get a hit, but he does get the run batted in.
Ooh.
Hit him on an 0-2 fastball in the arm. That'll make your job tougher. First and second, 1 out now, with Hull coming up.
He's gonna have to make some pitches right here. We got 1 out, second, first and second right here. So maybe he can pitch himself out of trouble right here. Got himself a little bit into trouble.
They shift for Hull. He singled through the left side already today. He and Howe have both gone the other way.
Outfielders are still a little deep right there. Maybe tough for them to throw the runner on second base. Haggart.
Especially, as you said, pinch runner.
Yeah.
Got with some wheels.
You would think.
1-0. Almost scraped him there.
Just take a deep breath right here. Take a deep breath. Keep pitching to contact right here. Let's get through this part of the game.
Hull, Heineck, Howe, the next 3. Foul back.
Had a good pass on that fastball right there. It's 2-0. That's probably what you want to do. That's the kind of swing that you want right there.
We talked about Clemson scoring runs without benefit of a hit with runners in scoring position. North Carolina able to do it in this inning.
Yes.
You get the double, but then the fielder's the fly ball and the fielder's choice get them over and in.
Yep. You don't realize the fly ball to right field to get him over. It's a big play right there.
That's cracked to left. They're going to send a runner. No, they're not. Late stop sign and a good throw in by Moore. And now the bases are loaded with 1 out. Max pressure now supplied by the North Carolina Tar Heels. Three consecutive batters have reached. 4 have reached in the inning.
He's trying to create a big inning right here. He's created a big inning.
And And Erik Bakich is going to go to the mound. This will be Vesey's game. McGurning came in first pitch. He got the ground ball just in the wrong spot. Tar Heels took advantage. And now Erik Bakich will turn the game over to the Alabama transfer, Vesey. Huge spot to come into for the right-hander. Loaded, 1 out, tie game. Big spot to enter in. Ariston Vesey. Been really good in the back end of games here, TR.
Well, he's going to have to be right here. It comes in with a really tough situation. You got bases loaded with 1 out right there, and you got a tie ball game right here. He's going to make some pitches, but you look at his stuff, right? He's going to be up to 95 with a fastball, 92, 94, but up to 95. Got a hard slider. You know, it's going to be anywhere from 2,500 RPM. It's going to be sit 79, 83 right there with sharp breaking. He's got a little bit of an up and down breaking ball, 81, 82. So it's going to be interesting right here, right? Talking about high pressure, high leverage situation right here. You're looking for a ground ball, get double play, get out of the inning, get back and go hit.
6 1/3 innings he's pitched. My math's right. The ACC, he's given up 2 hits.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Colin Hynek, a fly ball would do the job. A base hit would do a better job. Big cut and a miss. Ground into a double play his last time up, did Hynek.
Yeah, he looked like he was trying to make this a 4-1 ball game real quick.
A 6 1/3 innings, 1 hit, 2 walks, 7 strikeouts for Vesey in ACC play.
Well, those first two pitches are quality pitches right now. He's right where he wants to be right here. 0-2.
Little tall. Good take there by Hynek after seeing a good heat. Runners lead at every base. Way outside.
Got back to even right here. Still in control right here, still in control.
Hynek trying to put it in play. He can't do it.
Little slider cutter right there. It's a good pitch right there. That's what you needed.
That's a huge strikeout.
Little late break right there. Good slider right there. Real good slider.
If anybody asks, you know, It's so hard to hit that pitch. It's on the plate for like 90% of the path.
Yeah, it does. And I think that's one of the biggest adjustments from a high school hitter to a college is able to hit that slider. It's a tough pitch. You know, you got to try to pick up that dot, and like I said, if it starts in the middle of the plate, a lot of times it's going to run off. It's got to be at you or in for the right-handers.
Now an 0-2 count. Now the crowd's going to get behind Vesey here with the bases loaded and 2 away. Our third tie of the game. 0-2 pitch.
Try to go up the ladder right there. Try to change his eyesights a little bit.
Vesey, the third pitcher of the inning for Clemson. Second batter he's faced. Tap foul at the plate.
Really good battle going on right here. Really good battle. Hal's just trying to keep alive. Vesey's trying to put him away.
Transfer from Alabama against the freshman Hal from Huntersville, North Carolina. Blew it by him.
That's doing your job right there. That's doing your job.
95 miles an hour, back-to-back strikeouts for Vesey to leave them loaded. We're tied going to the bottom of the ninth. I'm going to call McDuffie thing 1, and I'm going to call Caden Glauber thing 2 out of the North Carolina bullpen. This is an outrageously good right-hander that's coming in for the bottom of the ninth.
Yes, he's another one of these guys that the coaching staff at UNC that they really like, have a lot of confidence. You're going to see a big arm. He's going to be up to 96. Again, one of your typical UNC arms that you've seen a lot over the years, 93, 96. Slider's going to be 82, 84. The changeup, it goes up to 90, 91. That's really hard for a changeup right there. So it's almost like a BP fastball rather than a changeup. But you're going to see fastball sliders to righties, and you're going to have a three-pitch mix to lefties. But this is one of their go-to guys. They have a lot of confidence right here, so they're trying to, keep it where it needs to be and get back up into the top of the 10th.
2, 3, 4, Savoy, Crichton, Gaffney due up for the Tigers. Some defensive changes that will reveal in due time for the Tar Heels. Way outside. Savoy so far today 0 for 4.
That means he's due. That means he's due. Probably
his math, you're right.
Most productive hitter they have on the team right now.
He tried to end the game.
He did. 1-1 count right there, which is not a bad idea, right? Not a bad idea. Let it eat a little bit right there.
One-two pitch. Stays alive. Third pitcher of the day for the Tar Heels.
It's a heavy 96 too.
Yeah.
It's a heavy 96.
3 innings, 1 earned, 1 hit, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts from McDuffie. Savoy's down.
That's that short slider right there. 2,500 RPMs right there. That's a tight slider right there.
Here's Crichton, 2 for 4. Singled each of his last 2 times up, and he stole a base and scored.
They need to get something going right here with 1 out. Just get on base, see what happens, make some things happen right here.
Strike called.
Tell you, it's always nice when you get into these late inning games like this, just to see how everybody reacts, because every mistake is magnified, right? Sometimes you just see the same mistake in the first and second inning, and it kind of unnoticed. But when you get late in the games like this, or if you get into extra innings, everything is magnified, especially in a big ACC series like this.
You mentioned both these teams have been in some close games. You're right, North Carolina has won a lot of these. Big reason is these bullpen arms.
Yep. They've come back, what, 5-6 times, I think?
Yeah.
You know, and that's a good quality to have in your club.
That's a pretty good take.
Yeah, it's a very good take. That's a very good take.
Crichton trying to find a way on.
Yep, get that middle of the order. You want to get that middle order up?
Glauber throws tight. All right, so here's a look at Glauber. Again, 36 innings. That's unbelievable for a reliever this time of year. 45 strikeouts. He's also got 3 saves. So this is their head honcho.
Yeah, high usage right there. High usage right there. You know, he's a guy you probably use 2 times in a weekend too, right? Depending on what they do, you know, and you're able to use it. If you have a 4 or 5 game week, he could be a guy you use 3 times in a weekend, which is that's nice to have.
In-state kid too. Played at Catawba Ridge High School. Big wave by Gaffney. Luke 1 for 3. He was hit by a pitch. He also was robbed of a hit out in center field. Diving play. Good pickoff move there.
Good move. Good feet.
Yeah.
Really good feet.
There's another one.
Keep them close.
They're going to control the run game, and they might try a little bit harder with Crichton, seeing as how he stole a base his last time on. A little more cognizant probably of where he is.
Yep.
Ball 1.
It's a good take on that slider right there. Really good take.
There's a look at Glauber again. Guy that can eat multiple innings if you need him to. That's how you get to 36.
And especially as a freshman. You're putting him in this situation as a freshman. That says something right there.
Because I would imagine he gets through this inning. We'll see him in extras. 10th, maybe the 11th. Right in a good sized lead at first base. He's moving. It's a foul ball.
That's a good swing right there, too. He's right on that pitch. Right on it. You know when your hitters are right on it when they fell straight back.
You mentioned player development before. Gaffney really became the poster child of that. It was a video that Clemson Baseball social media put out where they're going through all the different ways that he improved over the fall. Very hard to strike out.
Well, I think over the last 5 to 7 years, that's been such a big push, is the player development and able to show the players, you know, with metrics and numbers where they need to be and what they need to be. So it's really, it kind of changed the game. You know, I'd say like 2019, 2020, that era, that it really kind of changed the game.
It's like, too, you're trying to keep a kid from wandering eyes in this era. Show him how you're helping. Way upstairs.
And what you need to do and how you need to fix it to be this type of player, right? It's all about a plan. You got to have a plan. I think both schools do a really good job with that.
Gaffney, a .289 hitter. And he's got a hit today. He's been on twice. Way up high off the glove of the catcher. Crichton will get the stolen base. How about 2 of them today?
Base, yes. Picking his spots, right? Picking his spots.
And Gaffney making Glauber work.
Yep, back to 3-2 right here.
That would have been a functional pitch out there if he's able to get there.
Intentional, unintentional, right?
Yeah. That was the plan. Ball 4. First and second, 1 out for Gerald.
I think this is over the years that I was involved with Clemson baseball and watching it from afar. They've always had a knack to come back, especially in this ballpark, right? They've always had that knack that they're able to come back and make something happen.
Now we've got Bryant Gaines with a mound visit for his freshman right-hander. Eric Bakich is going to use an offensive timeout. He'll bring everybody in.
Yep.
I love this because it's basically just, you're trying to be explicit. We talked about that earlier, but it's also like, no, I'll say when we play again.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of gamesmanship.
That's right. That's right. And he's just telling, right, you got to freeze on a line drive, right? Gaffney, your run doesn't mean anything right there. Just go hard to the next base, right? You're going to have Jack, he's going to have great jumps right here on a ball in there. You're going to score on a base hit. So just trying to remind him of everything.
Now, an interesting thing happening here while Clemson, and you may be able to see it, I'm not sure the, look, it's sort of out. Griffin Mazer walks away from the huddle. Jack Leggett's in that first base dugout. He walks over. Zeb's doing a little coaching.
He is, yeah. You can't take the coaching out of it. You put him in the dugout. I mean, you cannot take the coach out of him. Absolutely. And he's got enough experience for everybody around here. He's seen a lot. I think that's always such a great thing, like when Mike Fox was over in the other dugout and Jack was on this dugout. It's just 2 really great minds.
2 on, 1 out. High fly ball. Hull is there. Catch made. Crichton's tagging. He'll advance. So Crichton moves up 90 feet. Gerald at least gets that job done.
First and third.
And now the game is in Tyler Lichtenberger's hands with 2 outs and a tie score.
Yeah, you're probably going to see some type of first and third defense. They're not going to, my guess, they will not give the ball up in the middle of the field right now, right? They're going to hold the ball at if they try to do something on first and third offense, just let that happen.
Lichtenberger's got a hit and a walk today. Scored a run. And they will just give Gaffney second on defensive indifference. To your point, just going to let him have it.
Yeah.
Whoa, good play there.
Really good
by
play.
Winslow.
Yeah, really good play. Having an athletic catcher makes a difference.
That was big. Already one has gone to the backstop in this inning. Oh, he buried that pitch on Lichtenberger. That was the changeup.
It's hard, yeah. Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. You know, that's 89-mile-per-hour changeup, right? We talked about 991. It's a hard changeup. I wonder if it's more like a split finger, something that hard. You need to see out of the hand right there.
1-2 pitch. Glauber needs one. He got it. Glauber enthused as he comes off the mound, and we will play the 10th when we come back to Clemson. Nine innings not enough today, folks. We head to the 10th. Number 6 North Carolina looking to preserve the chance to win the series tomorrow. Tigers looking to take it. Tar Heels with some clutch offense, TR, in the 8th and 9th. And then some clutch pitching from Caden Glauber there in the bottom of the 9th to keep the score locked and make the Tigers earn it in the 10th.
Absolutely. That's when you get two really good programs like that. You're seeing making some big pitches, you know, make some great defensive plays. Now you just get a couple timely hittings from one side or the other.
That's a mile in the air. Fultz loudly calls it in foul ground and makes the catch.
That's a big league fly ball right there. That's not easy. That's not easy.
I tell you what, Fultz, it's tough on the infield, especially like the skies.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no clouds, there's nothing going on. So you could tell he has been fighting it on a couple of those today, but that one he had to wander almost back into fair territory.
He did a good job. You got to keep your feet moving, glove above your shoulders right there. He did a nice job with that, because that was not an easy play.
Here's Carter French, senior from Jesuit High School in Tampa. This will be his first at-bat of the series. You see the numbers there, 11 driven in. Beasley back out for a full inning. He came in with the bases loaded, 1 out, went strikeout to end the 9th.
Yeah, these type of young men you don't see around a lot. A 4-year guy that's been here all 4 years, you know, just kind of stayed with it, you know. That's good to see.
Especially a depth guy like this.
Yeah.
You know what it says? It says he likes where he is. He likes his teammates. He likes his coaches, like school, the town.
Yep.
There's a contentedness with that.
Absolutely.
1-2.
And I think you see that on both sides, right? You know, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, Clemson, South Carolina, both are really good college towns.
And you see a guy like Jay Dillard's a very similar.
Yeah, exactly.
Local kid, likes the area, family here. Jack Crichton's been here 4 years in various roles. Line drive up the middle. Clavon caught it. He caught it in center field to rob a hit in the 10th.
Another good jump right there. Really good jump.
Watch this. We saw robbery from the Tar Heels earlier in the game, and Clavon takes one for good measure.
Yep. You know what? That's playing with no fear, too, right there. That ball gets past him. You got a double, possible triple right there in a tie ball game. But that's playing with no fear right there.
Clavon also earlier, way back toward the beginning of the season, it was a midweek game. Clemson ended up winning pretty good, but he gave up sort of a little league home run on a play like that where it bounced and got by.
I remember watching that.
So it is good to see. Schaffner goes oppo to left. Moore is there. 5 straight sat down by VZ, and Clemson can win it with a run in the bottom of the 10th. Look at the contrast with Clemson. All right, first 2 series in ACC play. All right, slugging percentage not really there. Batting average and on base virtually unchanged, but the jump and slug. And then look at what they did last night in the opener against the Tar Heels.
You like extra base hits.
Oh yeah.
You like the balls in the gap, like some homers. You know, that's what we need right here in this this half inning right here.
Bottom third of the order due up. Fultz Jr. a check swing. A swing and bunt, and he beats the throw. Heck of a way to start the 10th.
Sometimes not how hard you hit, it's where you put it.
Out of the dugout, you see him walking there. Jaron Purify is going to enter the game to pinch run after an offensive timeout. An excuse me swing, TR.
Yep. And actually, Nicholson made a really nice play. I thought he had a chance at him right there. I really did. He came after that ball hard right there.
Fultz a little bit of a late break because he didn't mean to swing.
Yeah, and that's what happened. When you get a swing like that, you don't get out of the box. Not like a drag bunt where you're off and running.
So Purify is going to come in a game to pinch run. A significant development here as he heads down to first base. The first time that we've seen Purify since March 21st. The first time he's played in a game at home since March the 14th. All right, so you've got some protection on, you've got the sliding bit and protection. So is there a limit for how thick you can wrap that club hand, you know?
That's probably a ½ inch. I mean, that's, and if you add on the extra bases like they do in the big leagues.
True. And now you just subtract him from both ends.
It's going to be interesting if he has a green light right here. He hasn't been on the field in, what, a week and a half, 2 weeks? He's going to give him green light right away.
Interesting to see here. So Fultz is taken down after the infield single. And now Moore will square. He's running. They throw. He's safe. Boy, a gutsy play to put on there on pitch one. A square pullback and stolen base, and a challenge from the Tar Heels.
It almost looked like the ball beat him to the naked eye.
Plays under review.
I think they're arguing about whether he's safe or out. It really is dependent on when he hits the base, because the tag went on the leg. I think we all know that.
We had a bad angle right here.
This is a critical point in this game.
Fake bunt and steal right there. That's where Coach Backus, he knows his players, he knows his team. And now you have another situation.
Does he get him before the hand? Tough to tell from there.
Maybe a better angle here.
He goes wide.
Can't tell when it's...
Oh, man. You don't know exactly where he tags him. Is it possible he missed him entirely? I'm not really sure.
It looks like right there that he, if you tag him, but the umpire's in a great position right there.
I'm not certain he tagged him at all. I mean, watch this angle here. It's possible he did. All right, he tags him there. Right on the butt, right there. This is going to be the angle. Tags on him.
If he tagged him.
If he tagged him. If he tags
right,
him.
You're blocked out.
If he tagged him.
I think you're exactly right.
It would have had to be there.
Yeah.
And if he tagged him, it looks like it might be slightly before he slid in. But again, you're sort of...
Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked either way here. I wouldn't. If they say he tagged him, I think they probably are going to rule him out.
Yeah, it looks like David Arnett is in really good position, though.
I just don't know. Do I think he tagged him? Maybe. It's just that's a crazy play, man. Does he tag him there?
I think
right there on his side.
You don't really see his glove move. I don't know. But at that angle, you can't tell if he's at the bag or not.
I wouldn't be shocked either way, folks. That's my definitive statement on the matter. Here's the call.
After review, the call at second base is overturned to out. Person has one challenge.
You can't challenge it, but that's not keeping the fans from being furious about it.
It was close.
It was a close play.
That was really close, really close.
That's a great gun from behind the plate by Winslow. 2-6 caught stealing for out number 1. And Jackson Moore is hit by the next pitch.
Now they got to turn the lineup over right here. Turn the lineup over.
Here's Dillard. Jay Dillard is 0 for 3 today. He is 0 for in the series. He was hit by a pitch in the 6th.
That means he's due. Law of averages.
Law of averages.
Law of averages.
Moore, meanwhile, running the bases for the third time. He continues to find ways to be productive.
And that means a lot. That means a lot right there. Any way you can.
Look at Dillard's numbers. Grounder off the glove of the third baseman. Dillard's first hit of the series. 2 on, 1 out, top of the order.
That's a big hit right there. Now he's scoring position right now.
Just in the right spot, too. Here's a look at Jay. Talked about him. He's a lifer in this Clemson program. Anderson native, T.L. Hanna High School.
Good to see have those guys having success. Big hit right there.
Pipeline of infielders. He followed in the footsteps of James Parker.
Yep.
And a product who played here.
Eli White too, right?
Eli White from that area.
That area.
Played at Wren.
Wren.
(1-0). Clavon was early. Good breaking ball from Glauber. Again, ratcheting up tensions with young players at the plate and on the mound. And now Glauber takes the advantage at 1 and 2.
2 really good sliders right there. Does he go back to a third one in a row?
I think I would.
I think I would too.
Fouled. He did, but he hung it. Oh, man, he got away with that. I'd say a little better than a cement mixer, but we talked about Clavon won some swings back today. That's probably one. Grounder through the left side. Base hit. Stop sign at third. Throw is way up the line. A scramble for it. All 4 hitters this inning have reached, including the last 2 on grounders through the 6-hole. Boy, French playing shallow there.
Yep,
he got there fast.
He did. I think Coach Schnabel made a really good decision right there. Really good decision. Especially, that's when you know who's on deck, who you got coming up, and you got your guy that was coming up behind him. So I think that's a really smart play right there. And sometimes that's what third base coaching is all about, is knowing the situation, maybe who's on deck, who's coming up. Big part of it.
And bases loaded, 1 out here, and Glauber, the freshman from Fort Mill.
Yeah, they got to bring the outfield in a little bit.
He's got to make some big-time pitches here to the best bat in the Clemson lineup.
Yep.
Now, he did strike out Savoy back in the 9th. He's the first man to see Glauber twice. Way up high, and boy, again, Winslow averts disaster.
Winslow has been done a really good job. That's probably about the 4th or 5th pitch that he's had to do that with. Athleticism.
Little tied, 2-0. Jackson Moore is the winning run at third base. The Tigers have 2 chances to bring him in. Boy, this is a pickle for Glauber now. You're going to have to lay one in there 3 times for Savoy. Moore at third, Dillard at second, Clavon at first. A strike.
He was taken all the way, which good situation right there. Good situation. Now he's in control right here.
Big hole right side of the infield if he shoots one that way. 3-1. High pop down the line. Out of play, and Glauber has worked his way back to a full count. A breaking ball, 3-1.
3-1.
With the winning run at third.
Yeah, that's shows a little confidence right there. So if you did it 3-1, 3-2, you almost have to do it again. Now, they haven't done that all day, though. They've gone back with a fastball 3-2 about 3 or 4 times.
Savoy waits on Glauber's 3-2 pitch. Tapper in front of the plate, steps on home, throw to first, safe. The inning continues. It's a fair ball at the plate. So the force at home loads the bases again with 2 out, and the Tar Heels were this close from a 2-3 game-extending double play. Can't say I've ever said that phrase. That thing went 6 inches.
And Paulson did a really good job of trying to pick that ball, because that could have easily got into right field right there and game over.
Now let's see what this is. The umpires are going to come together. They're going to talk about something here. They're going to talk about whether that's a fair ball or not. I feel like the answer is yes. I don't know if they're going to talk about maybe obstruction, running down to first. I'm not sure about this.
North Carolina is challenging runners lane interference. This play is under further review.
All right, so North Carolina is going to use a challenge now. And they're going to try to figure out if that runner.
Well, I thought Winslow cleared himself. He was, and they threw it on the inside part of the bag right there.
This is a very similar play to one that Clemson ended the game on in a close loss at Notre Dame. They were down a run. They wanted to challenge interference at first base. Couldn't get the overturn. Let's see. He's a little bit in. He is a little inside.
Yeah.
Let's see, boy, he's.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they're going to rule, because he's kind of on the chalk. I don't know how they're going to rule it.
And he didn't really obstruct the throw.
And you can see it here. He's up the chalk.
Yep. He cleared himself for a throwing lane.
This is close. This is a close play because it does look like he veers in. I don't know if he does it exactly, but he veers in right there about midway into the running lane. That's another tough call for umpires. I mean, even on review, it's a tough call. It feels like they're having a final word about it. Adam Dowdy's giving his vocal cords a workout today.
After review, it is confirmed the runner is safe at first base, out at the plate.
All right, so we play on. North Carolina retains 1 challenge.
I think you look at that last at bat, how Glauber as a freshman came back, he was 3-0, came all the way back, right? That's not easy to do in this situation.
He threw a changeup too.
Yeah.
On 3-2 with the game on the line.
And it's a 3-1 slider too.
That is guts.
That is.
Here's Jack Crichton. He's been aboard 3 straight times. If he does that again, the game's over. Single walk, 2 stolen bases in his last 3 trips to the plate. And he's in an 0-2 hole. Glauber went 3-0 with the bases loaded to Savoy and has thrown 5 consecutive strikes.
With off speed. Yeah.
All off-speed pitches. First one was a fastball.
That's right.
0-2. In the air to right. Nunez makes the play, and we continue to the 11th. Tied at 4. The heroics from Glauber. Is in at pitcher. Now, I got to say, I've watched this Clemson team a lot. Eric Bakich pinch runs for Jaron Purify, and I'm going down the list of position players. I'm going, I have no idea who's playing third if they keep playing. And I got to say, there's a player that joined the huddle defensively that I'm not even sure how to tell you. Jay Dillard is now at third base. He moves. That one makes sense, okay? Second to third. Awesome. He's played third before. Bryce Clavon is in from center field to play second base. So now you're trying to ask, who's in center field? The answer is 96. That's Talon Bell, the pitcher, playing center field right now. His first action in the field in college baseball. I saw him taking BP earlier today, and he was mashing, for the record.
Really?
Yes.
How about that?
All I can say, stunning turn of events here as we play the 11th. And of course, the ball is going to go to center field.
Exactly,
you know
yeah. The ball
like
always,
I'm stunned this ball is anywhere but center field.
The ball always finds you. The ball will find you. Either that or it's going to be a ground ball to second base.
True. 0-1 pitch is low. Gallagher, Nunez, Winslow. 2, 3, 4 in the order, due up for North Carolina. This ball's popped foul. Gaffney gives it a cursory glance. Great catch by the kid down the line. He can go home now.
That's right.
His job's done.
If we were in banana ball, that'd be an out.
That's right. Beasley's looking to amend the rules as we speak.
I think he would take that.
Sky to right. Clavon over. Gaffney over. Clavon in foul ground makes the catch.
That's where his outfield skills come in right
That's
there.
That's right. It didn't go 2 seconds, but he makes the play. That's a long run.
It is.
He got there. First pitch, the 28, Jaden Nunez.
Both teams are going to their bench, right? Nunez only 11 at bats all year.
And Nunez was in playing right field. Oh, 1, did he check? Yes, he did. Veazey has come in and retired 6 straight. Got the 2 strikeouts with the bases loaded in the 9th. A 1-2-3 10th on balls in play, and then that foul pop. Every ball in play, by the way, has been in the air. Two 1 count. That's ball 3.
Just missed right here. Nunez got himself in a really good hitter's count right now.
Outfield is scraping the wall right now for Clemson.
Yeah, no doubles.
That's
the ball.
Ball 4.
Trying to keep the ball in front of you right here.
1-out walk issued to Nunez, and that brings up the catcher Winslow. Star of the show in the last half inning, where he just about ended the 10th on a 2-3 double play.
And he's made some really good athletic plays behind the plate right today.
From Hertford, North Carolina, transfer from Duke. Excellent two-way catcher in a league full of excellent two-way catchers. There's a look at the defense. Way out there are the outfielders. 3 on the left side of the infield.
I didn't miss by much right there. I did not miss my bunch.
He's going to that breaking ball. Trying to drop it in. Ball 2. First time that Veazey really has struggled with command since he's been in there. A lot of strikes from him.
Just needs to take a deep breath, get back into the rhythm right here. There we go. It's good. It's a good job right there by Savoy.
It's going to be everybody.
Give him a breather real quick.
Whole committee meeting in the infield. Bryce Clavon will introduce himself to everybody.
Needs a map of where to go. Not used to these.
No, he's not.
You just hang out in the outfield.
Winslow, you're just sitting dead red, right?
Absolutely right here.
Here's Brendan Bennett. Fiery left-hander. Warming in the Tigers' pen. 2 of the next 3 hitters are lefties. Too tall.
Need to make a little adjustment right here.
Way ahead in the count. He takes a high strike. Winslow is 2 for 3 today. He's reached 4 times. He's been hit by 2 pitches.
He's had a good day, both offensively and defensively.
He's the only UNC hitter to be hit by a pitch today. Tigers have been hit 4 times by pitches.
Get your on-base percentage up that way.
You doggone right.
Any way you can.
Grounded to third. Clavon for 1. The turn. Double play. 5-4-3. And only one of those was playing that position last inning. It's Dillard to Clavon to Gaffney. We're through 10 and a half. Look at Eric Bagich. His team has a chance to win it in the 11th. The 2 closers are going at it right now. They've been going at it now for a couple innings. Caden Glauber and Ariston Veazey.
That's how you draw up in a Saturday in Tiger Town.
Of course.
Right?
Why plan for 3 hours? Jake Owens doing a concert in Jervey Meadow, and he might have a late arriving crowd.
We're going to hear the opening act.
You know what? Be a nice consolation prize here. Luke Gaffney's in there. 4, 5, 6 in the order, due up against Glauber. Glauber has worked around some significant trouble.
Yeah, especially last inning. But he kept his cool. That's some experience with a freshman. Usually you don't see that because he could have really lost it right there. But he did a very nice job of trying to handle it. Handle the pressure right there.
He had 2nd and 3rd, 1 out in the 9th. He had bases loaded, 1 out in the 10th, and then bases loaded, 2 outs in the 10th with a different set of base runners. And he made the pitches all 3 times. Right field, deep, backing Nunez at the track, makes the catch. Right at the base of the terrace, he collected out number 1. Now it's Gerald. Had a fly ball that moved a runner in the 9th. See, 1 for 3, big cut. He tried to end it.
He's starting to go with that slider early in the count too. And you don't want to get beat inside too with a right-hander right here, so you're gonna stay away.
Just missed, low and outside. Not a bad miss either.
Good take right there. Good take on the slider. Get back into a hitter's count right here.
Tigers went down 1-2-3 in the 8th. They also had a 1-2-3 inning in the 1st. Other than that, had multiple guys on base almost every inning. The Tar Heels have made the pitches. Lynch, McDuffie, and Glauber have escaped. Clemson just 3 for 22 with runners on base today.
But they made him count, though, right?
Yeah.
They have made him count. There's no doubt about that. Actually, both teams right there.
Yeah, we should note North Carolina's only 5 for 23 runners on base. The struggle there, too. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Jarrell is down. That's strikeout number 2 for Glauber. This young man's making pressure pitches look easy.
Yeah. I think he's starting to get a little more confidence in his slider, too.
Now Lichtenberger. A hit and a walk in 5 plate appearances. 1 for 4 officially. There are the numbers. Count evens at 1-1.
I gotta see that ball up a little bit more right now.
Ball 2.
Good take on that pitch right there. Way to come back right there. Somehow he's got to get on base right here.
Ty Daly is in the on-deck circle for Clemson. He presumably will come in the game and right. Lichtenberger finds a hole. And here comes Daly. He'll be the 4th man today to occupy the 7 spot. If you count Talon Bell.
He can end it with 120 in the bat.
He sure can.
He's got light tower power. No doubt about that.
It has been a struggle for Daly. Going to call time. Yeah, they're going to use a timeout here. Or maybe it's a timeout to put his name in the book. Is he going to... Oh, yeah, he's got to get the...
communication device.
Got to get the armband. Yeah. Yep, Talon Bell puts it on him. So here comes Daly, the Mercer transfer. He's batting .237. Couple of homers, 19 RBIs. Great opportunity for him. It's a little low.
One swing of the bat, he can end this game right here, too.
He was a mainstay in this lineup for most of the year. Has not started since last Saturday against Stanford.
That's another good block right there by Winslow. He's doing a fantastic job right there. He saved a couple runs, couple base runners moving up on the ball, on the bases.
And as good as it gets defensively there behind the plate. 2-0 pitch. That's ball 3. Well, I tell you what, we saw a lot of sliders to the righties, but he's not thrown one to the lefty Daly here.
Yeah, no.
Lichtenberger's on at first after the CNI single through the right side. Ball 4. Daly walks on 4 pitches. And here's Jackson Moore. Was hit by a pitch back in the 10th.
Got a chance to do something special right here.
As you would imagine, ain't nobody throwing in the bullpen. This is Glauber's game. He knows it. Everybody knows it. First pitch to Moore. Fouled back. He was ready.
He's ready to go. Ready to go on that fastball. He's had good at-bats all day, too.
He just continues to impress with his approach. Yeah, even a double play is a one-hopper right at the first baseman, like 95 miles an hour off the bat. Ball one, close pitch.
That's a good take right there. That's hard to lay off right there. That's hard to lay off.
Good scoop again.
And you can tell when you have good takes like that, he's seen the ball well. And that bodes well. When you're able to see the ball well, it helps you slow the game down a little bit. He's trying to slow the game down right here. It's a big moment.
Glabber, 13 appearances, 36 innings. So we talked about he ain't a one-inning guy. He's gonna be out there a little bit.
Yeah, I think you just mentioned it, Willie. It's his game.
Pitch 65 for him, a swing and a miss on the change. Two the count.
It's pretty impressive when you have a freshman like this, a three-pitch mix as a reliever. A lot of times they're two-pitch guys, but he's a three-pitch guy.
2-2. Just beats the clock, and he struck him out. He goes back-to-back changeups to end the 11th. We head to the 12th. Knotted up in Clemson. Here's Dylan Harrison, new pitcher out of California. Been used in a variety of roles this season for the Tigers. You see the numbers, over 21 innings, low walk number, and a sub-3 ERA. That's exactly what the doctor ordered here in a tight spot for Erik Bakich's Tigers.
I think you're going to see right here, you're going to see a guy that's going to have, fastball's going to be 89, 91, 92. The slider, 79, 77, 79 right there. Maybe a two-pitch guy right here. So it's going to be interesting because he can give us a hold right here.
4 starts on the season. Last time out, he came in against Stanford, got the win in relief, 2 1/3. 1 hit, no walks, 2 strikeouts. He's back on Sunday.
Looks like he works a lot off his fastball, too. Looks like he works a lot off the fastball.
Jack Crichton will move in the outfield to center. And Ty Daly is soon to be shown. Ground ball. First base. Gobbled up by Gaffney. The flip to Harrison.
Good start right there. Good start.
There's a look at Daly and right. Again, a familiar guy out there. He started the vast majority of games this year. Owen Hull is That is a valuable out for Clemson because he has been really good today. 3 for 5 going into that at bat. Now 3 for 6.
You want to get that leadoff man out too, right? And if you're in North Carolina, you want that leadoff man on, but as Clemson, you want that leadoff guy get that first out.
Tip into the mitt, 1-1. Harrison, yeah, low 90s he's going to throw in there. It's a different mix than the last several guys that have come in.
A little high 3/4, high arm slot right there, probably a little down angle. Maybe a little deception.
Harrison got some weekend starts earlier in the year when Talon Bell was still working back. Drew Titsworth got hurt, so there was a void there. That's how Michael Sharman got the Saturday gig, and Harrison was a Sunday starter for a time.
And that just tells you, too, that he's going to be able to extend it. If we need to keep extending this game, he's going to be able to do that for us.
One ball, 2 strikes. Misses. Now 2-2 to Colin Hynek. Tyler Howe is on deck. And the 6th trip through the order for North Carolina. In the air. Gaffney sprinted for a moment, but we'll watch it sail out of play.
We want to win these 2-2 counts right now. We want to win the 2-2 counts, get us back in the dugout. Let Clemson get back up and do their work.
2-2. Little wide.
A little wide. Try to frame it up a little bit.
I think it worked for the home crowd.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we had ABS going on. That would have been a strike.
Yeah, I don't think so. Lazy fly ball. Center field, charging in Crichton. Long strides to get to that one. That ball didn't go anywhere.
Go anywhere, no. Yeah, that's a long run, too. Who's been playing infield most of the last couple weeks, hasn't really played a lot of outfield. That's a long run. That's when that ball starts bouncing on you.
Tyler Howe's 1 for 5. 3 strikeouts, including a big one to end the top of the 9th with the bases loaded. And counting the 9th inning, in the last 3 frames, Clemson has left 7 on. North Carolina left the bases loaded. They've not left anybody in extras.
Nobody.
Beasley's done a good job, and Harrison's got the first 2. 0-2 pitch.
Thought he had him.
Missed. Sure did.
This man thought he had him.
Can he try again? Fouled away.
Yep. Yeah, both sides, their pitchers have struck some guys out. 12, 16 apiece.
And Glauber and McDuffie, 6 innings, 6 strikeouts for him.
Yeah.
Tigers bullpen's been really good. Of the 5, Brown, Nelson, LeGurnick, Veazey, and Harrison, you've got 7 in 6 2/3. Two. Filled it up. Harrison looking for a 1-2-3 inning here. In the top of the 12th. He doesn't get it. The inning continues, and Howe works his way all the way back to walk.
It's a good at bat right there. 2-out walks. Sometimes you don't want those to come back and hurt you. Lead off walks, 2-out walks. Trying to stay away from those.
We mentioned North Carolina, not a huge running team. With 2 outs, we got a pitch comm. I think we're doing a little substitution here. Drew Titsworth traded with Tyler Lichtenberger is what it looked like.
Yeah, sometimes this new technology doesn't work always the way you want it to work.
You know, I knew you were going to say that. It is great till it doesn't work.
That's right.
Nicholson, a foul pop in the 10th his last time. And Harrison again is ahead 0-2. He's been good at that.
Getting ahead, that's right, that's right.
The 6th pitcher of the day for the Tigers. California freshman. Popped up. Shallow center, long run for everybody. Clavon can't get there. The throw's gonna come home. And he's out. Jack Crichton makes the play. Nate Savoy applies the tag. North Carolina gambles, and it does not pay. An A2 put out to keep us tied.
It's a good gamble. Good gamble right there. Good play by the Clemson Tigers right there.
Cheap Seats still locked and loaded out there down the right field line. Cajun Cafe might have to cook dinner.
Maybe breakfast.
Maybe breakfast. Don't say that. Man alive. To the bottom of the 12th. Glauber still in. Jay Dillard, a big cut to foul it back. 9-1-2 in a Clemson order due up. A quality defensive play. We were talking about the decision to send the runner there from third base. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, I think it's the right move. Extra innings right there. Got to make Clemson make a play right there. I think if you're in the first or second inning, you probably don't send them. But I think right there it's a good gamble because you got to put pressure on the defense and make a play. And Clemson came up big. I think that's what has to happen in extra innings. You got to have to take gambles here and there. People got to make plays.
Dillard strikes out.
Yeah, Glauber has a better feel for the slider right now than he does the fastball.
4th strikeout for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, those right-handers are not touching.
They're not seeing it.
A mile in the air off the bat of Clavon. Second baseman Gallagher makes it, and quickly there are 2 away. Bottom of 12.
That's what you see in extra inning games. Sometimes you get those quick in, quick outs, and back over.
Glauber continues to work here against Savoy. Savoy is 0 for 2 against him. This will start the 3rd time through for the closer. Quite a sentence, but if you've been watching this game, you're not remotely surprised. Savoy to center. He missed the barrel. And it's a 1-2-3, bottom of the 12th for Glauber. Tar Heels get their crack in the 13th after this. Look at Jervy Meadow, a crowd forming for what, you might ask, all the actions in here. Well, I would say, yeah, for now. Jake Owen is doing a concert out there beyond center field. It's going to start after this game, but of course, you know,
we still got baseball. We still got baseball.
Yeah, they're missing all the action right here. I'm sure Jake's going to be great. Well, we got a great one here. You know, maybe they're all watching on their phones.
There you go. Maybe Jake's in the ballpark watching.
That, you know what, be a great way to warm up, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Carter French takes a knee-high strike as we enter the 13th. William Quaggenbush, Tom Reginas. We started this game almost 4.5 hours ago, and it has been a carnival ride. Multiple bases-loaded scenarios that have borne no fruit for both offenses in this game.
That's a tough play.
Lichtenberger almost got there.
He had to run a long ways in his shift, had to run a long way right there.
Dylan Harrison back out. Gave up the walk and then the bloop double. An 8-2 put out at the plate. It would be the second potentially game-altering out at the plate since the 9th inning.
And you're going to have those, right? When you're a 4-4 ball game and you're getting into these later innings and extra innings, you're going to have that.
Strike 3 called outside corner. First K for Harrison. That's the 14th Tar Heels struck out in this game by Clemson pitching. Right at the belt.
Yep. Maybe a little off the plate.
Now top of the order, Jake Schaffner. Out a red strike.
2 for 6, having a solid day today. Double.
Hit the ball hard. First pitch of the game. Again, like 4.5 hours ago. That was like yesterday in baseball years.
Ugh.
Ball's hit in the air center. Drifting back and making the catch, Jack Crichton.
Those ones look easy right there.
You know what? That's Jackson Moore playing out in center field. Yeah, they switched him, I guess. That's news to everybody. Well, just making it up as we go here. We'll just switch left and center. Nobody will notice.
Nobody says anything.
Never second guess the camera work at Doug Kingsmore Stadium. Here's Gallagher. High pop, same spot, shallow right center. Clavon back and catching it. That's a 1-2-3 inning. Can Clemson send everybody home? We'll find out next. This game scheduled to start 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. Of course, that's assuming that this game ends by then.
They're going to have to sleep quick tonight.
That's exactly right.
Quick.
ESPN2, you can catch that one. Hope you will.
We talked about getting the leadoff runner on. We need leadoff runner on right here.
Good candidate for it in Jack Crichton.
And Glauber's done a really nice job these last couple innings. Really nice job.
You mentioned it. 73 pitches and not a stirring in the bullpen. He's stretched out. Now this may be stretching the limits a little bit for a freshman, but he looks really dialed in still.
He does.
Good breaking pitch.
He looks strong out there too, and I'm sure that's what the coaching staff is talking about in between innings, how he feels, how strong he feels. I mean, he looks fresh.
Another breaking ball. It's been almost exclusively breaking balls, especially after strike one to the right-hand batter.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. A lot of confidence in that pitch.
Poke down the line and right. Long run. It's foul. It became clear Nunez wasn't going to get there, and it felt like a foul ball off the bat, but it wasn't.
But yeah,
that
I wasn't
clear.
sure. Yeah. And our angle, you didn't really know for sure.
Right back in the box now.
And North Carolina's not guarding the line. Their outfields are regular depth, so they're not really guarding for the double.
There's the shot foul again. That one a little more clear. Crichton has not let off an inning in this game. Has been a one-out base runner 3 times. And now a full count.
Yeah, this could be a full box score at the end of the day.
Oh.
Right, that's a full box score. You got guys with 6, 7 at bats.
It's a weekend for some.
That is.
Glauber's got to make a pitch. 3-2. Strike 3 called. Went right back to the well.
It looked like he was looking fastball right there when he took that pitch right there.
In the front door.
Yep.
That is Glauber's 6th strikeout.
That was probably a mistake. He probably wasn't trying to go front door with that slider. He hasn't been doing that all day.
Pitch taken outside by Gaffney. And Glauber came in to pitch the 9th. Put 2 on base. The Tigers loaded the bases in the 10th. This ball's hammered, but foul.
A little bit out front.
Way foul. I'm told 410 feet foul. Long loud strike as far as Glauber's concerned. That's ball 2.
Working some count right here. Any way you can get on base.
The bullpen is populated right now down the left field line, but nobody's doing anything at the moment. As Glauber prepares to throw again. Line drive, it is gonna be caught. Sliding catch by French. Another dazzling play by an outfielder in this one.
We're seeing some really good outfield play tonight. Really good jumps. Doing a really nice job right here. I'll tell you, the last couple innings, there hasn't been a lot of traffic on the bases. It's been just pretty clean.
Because a defense like that. Here's Gerald. Gerald struck out his last time up. It's his first strikeout of the series. He's been an on-base machine the last 2 days, and he'll get on again.
It's a good job right there, that ball in the middle of the plate. Right in the 6th hole.
Tyler Listenberger going to carry on a 2-out rally. He started one back in the 11th with a 2-out single before Fultz walked. Excuse me, Daly walked. Moore struck out to end the inning. Slow tapper, first base side. Catcher will make the play. And in the inning.
Made that look really easy. That's a difficult play, but he made that look really easy.
13 innings, not enough. We go to 14 after this. out, I gotta say, some of them look like they got some stamina. Some of them look like they had a 9-inning pace.
Yeah.
You know?
They're not very good finishers, right? You got those guys that can start off strong, but they can't finish.
Man,
I mean,
that's right.
You got to finish this thing, right?
Oh, man, that's great.
But could it be a better day? I mean, 4.5 hours of baseball, maybe working on 5 hours of baseball. Can't beat it.
Still going. Still going.
There's a lot of other things I wouldn't rather be doing than this.
And you know what? They're not leaving.
No, they're not.
They're just chilling up there, man. Just chilling. Love to see it. Jaden Nunez. Second time he's been up at bat. He walked his first time back in the 11th. It was a defensive replacement after Hargett pinch ran back in the 9th. That one's fouled back, 1-1. Harrison can go. We know that. We talked about he started some for the Tigers.
I tell you, when you get into the 14th, 15th, 13th innings of extra inning games, it's going to come down to one play, right? It could be one pitch, one play, one defensive mishap, you know, base running mistake, you know, aggressiveness. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Because we've all been in these type of games. You know, you're probably a little tired, your concentration's going on a little bit, you got to really kind of refocus. That's where mental toughness really comes in.
Right back through the box, a leadoff hit for Nunez. First time the leadoff man's been aboard in a while. In fact, it was the 9th, the last time that North Carolina had the leadoff man aboard. Clemson did have the leadoff man aboard in the 10th. Purify, the pinch runner, got caught stealing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how both teams play this thing right now in the 4th inning. You're going to probably see some small ball, right? A little sack bunt right here.
Winslow squares, he gets it down. Soft toss, look out. Out recorded there at first, and a sacrifice. 1-3 to move Nunez to second.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about it a lot, but the new base, the extended base on the foul territory, I think is one of the best rule changes, you know, for safety reasons. Because you saw so many times in plays like that you'd have a collision, but I think that is a really good rule.
Runner at second, one out. Here's Hull. Again, Hull is the RBI man in a lineup where we've talked about it many times. The production is very much spread out. He leads with 35 RBIs.
Yeah, he's transferred from George Mason, so he's got some experience.
Base open for him if they'd like to face Heineck, but he too, as a matter of fact, now has 35 RBIs. Ball three.
He's not missing by much.
No.
Not missing by much.
This is a hitter's count to the nth degree if he wants it. He did hack.
He did.
Three-1 the count. Freshman Harrison going to work. That's inside.
That doesn't hurt him well. That does not hurt him.
Balls 2, 3, and 4 were probably a hair off the plate. They were close.
Yeah.
First and second, one out now.
Yeah, we're still okay there. Ground ball, can turn double play right here.
Here's Colin Heineck. Sky high. Same spot in right center. Long run in, it's dropped. Throw to third is wide, and they don't get any outs. Oh my. Clavon stayed in. You had shortstop, center field, right field converging. And Dowley makes the choice to throw to third.
I think we just talked about could be a mistake right there that was made right there. Cleveland just didn't even go out for the ball right there.
Eric Baggett is coming out. They had a players-only meeting, and then it's going to reconvene.
Yep, slow everything down right here. Again, it comes back, though, with North Carolina hasn't been great with third base less than 2 outs.
Now, Brendan Bennett has been throwing, and Howe is a lefty. You got bases loaded, 1 out. It's unclear whether he's just going to go through some mechanics or whether they're going to go to the pin. They are. They're going to go lefty. So it is going to be Bennett. Another reliever comes in another big spot. Bases loaded, 1 out, and it's Brendan Bennett, redshirt freshman from Michigan. Once again enters the game with absolutely 0 wiggle room.
Yeah, but right here, he's got strikeout stuff, right? We know he has strikeout stuff. He's got 17 punch-outs in 11 innings. You know, the fastball plays up 95, topping out at 95, more like 92, 93. Got a slider, is going to be anywhere from 84, 85. Got a little curveball up and down 74, 75, and then we'll add a change also. But he's got some strikeout stuff, and that's what they're looking for. They need a punch-out or a ground ball right here. They had the situation a few innings back, and they got out of it.
We've been so complimentary of Clemson's defense the last 3 or so weeks. That error, a costly one, an E9 in the book. All 3 base runners belong to Dylan Harrison. Squeeze. Safe. Throw gets away from the catcher to the backstop. Throw to the plate. He's safe at the plate. North Carolina gets 2 runs, and it's 6-4. Howe, the freshman, a gutsy square on a squeeze play.
That is a gutsy call. Squeeze play with bases loaded because you got a force at home plate. That's a really gutsy call.
The call in the field is safe at the plate. This is an umpire challenge, umpire review.
once he got his hand, I thought they had him.
I thought the throw for
ball
sure beat him, yeah.
Ball beat him.
But we've seen effective slides beat tags before. Definitely some things to take a look at here.
See this replay.
This is a play in question here. He tries to pull his hand away. If he pulls his hand away, he might be safe.
Did he get that right hand in there early?
Hard to tell from that one. Let's see here. He did sort of barrel roll.
He did get around it.
I don't know how they if those are the angles, I don't know how you overturn it.
Because it looks like he tagged him up more towards the stomach area. He may have gotten that right hand around.
Let's see. So you just can't, because of the chalk in the glove, like you can't tell. It's all white, you can't tell. This might be the angle. Well, no. That angle, he looks the outest, I'll be honest. He looks the most out from that angle, from the first base side. And this is a tough play because of where everybody's standing, where everybody is. Play's kind of dirty because of the first slide.
It does look like Chris Ward gets blocked out by Bennett, too. I don't think he can see from that angle right there.
I mean, is that the glove? Or is that chalk? I mean, that's the... If that's the glove, he tags him. But if it's chalk, it doesn't matter. That's the question that I've got up here. In a game of close calls, why the heck not make this the closest of close calls? Here's the verdict.
After review, the call stands safe at the plate.
2-run score. That's a big, big play. And how about Scott Forbes with 1 out?
Taking a gamble, right?
That's great.
Yep, yep.
We saw him do it with a base runner on the bloop double. They sent him home even though he got thrown out.
And as we talked about earlier, you know, when you're in extra innings like this, you have to take gambles right there.
Now here's Nicholson. The job is not remotely done for either side. The infield is in for Clemson. Big cut and a miss. That goes into the book as a fielder's choice sacrifice RBI. Both runs unearned. Off the plate. Cooper Nicholson has doubled twice in the latter half of this ball game. Bounced up there, and they got him, but nobody's at second base. Boy, they had him way off, but indecision there did not cost the Tar Heels.
No, we got infield in. You know, everything's in front of you. When you're the base runner at second, you have the shortstop right in front of you. You just can't run the base runner at third off. Just keep your head up.
1-2 count. Off the plate.
Just missed.
Now Savoy, he's going to take a minute. Might be cramping a little bit.
Both sides are getting tired. It's taking a lot out of them.
Big pitch here for Bennett. 2-2. Ball 3. What a take.
That's a good take right there. Two teams really competing against each other today.
Here comes the payoff. Foul. Good battle.
Yeah, I think Savoy's really cramping.
Yeah, the level of compete here on all sides of this has been incredibly high.
Yeah. Especially out for 14 innings, and that's the credit to both coaching staffs on both sides, keeping their guys locked in. Because it's not easy.
Strike 3 called. Big punch out, big second out for Bennett and the Tigers. That's nice.
That's a good looking pitch.
Well, especially when you saw that big 12-6.
Yeah,
it's hard to swing at that. Now a lefty-lefty matchup with French. Made a diving catch coming in the outfield.
Had a really good jump on that ball. As we mentioned earlier, really good outfield play for the most part. A couple mishaps with Clemson here this inning right here. But they also got some guys playing out of position right now when you get this late in the game. Yeah, I think this is another thing. You talk about the 35-man roster right now, right? That's where it is hurting you a little bit.
Bottom third of the Clemson order is due up in the bottom of the 14th. It'll be Dally, Moore, and Dillard. Grounded to third. Throw across in time, and that'll do it. But North Carolina puts the pressure on. Tigers need 2 to stay and 3 to win in the bottom of 14. Well, if somebody asks you, how was your day at the ball game, you just say, well, they did 2 7th-inning stretches. And if they say at the same time, you say no. And then you don't say anything else about the game. That's all you need to know. They did do a second 7th-inning stretch. Denny Cannon's still here, still singing.
Still singing. He gets a double dip today.
He does.
Double dip.
Yeah, you know, we're talking about everybody gets fatigued. He's not warmed up for that.
No. He's got his own earphones. He's got his own camera over there, too. They've just taken that up another notch.
Oh, yeah. Strike called on Ty Dally. 0-1 the count.
Clemson faithful getting a little rowdy right now.
Yeah, they are. Big cut and a miss. his hands came off the bat there. That was a swing of frustration. 0-2 count to him, the leadoff hitter. Glauber pushing 100 pitches right now. Grounded to second. 4-3 put out. One away. He's 2 outs away.
Tell you, that's a tougher play than people. They make that look simple, but when you're in that shift and you're feeling the ground ball off the grass, that is not an easy play. Especially if you've got the lip of the back of the infield right there. He made that look really, really easy.
Here's Moore. High and away.
I think you're going to see Glauber start feeling it right now, too. You can kind of smell it right now.
I mean, you're thinking if you're Glauber, like, this is probably my last inning, so I can pretty much let it eat.
Yeah, you're right about that.
93 pitches has been an absolute wall on the mound for North Carolina as they have tried to beat back Clemson and give themselves a chance all throughout extra innings.
And he hasn't slowed down. So I'm sure we fast forward from a year from now, you're going to see this young man in the rotation.
Moore pops it up foul. And is there room? Yes! Excellent play by Nicholson.
That's where you find the fence, and he adjusted. Nicholson did a really nice job on that. He found the fence, came back. Now it also helps you're on your side of the field, so your teammates are helping you with that. Find the fence with his hand and adjust. It's a nice job.
Yeah, we saw the opposite. The first base dugout where Clemson did not help Paulson last night. He made a great catch. Jay Dillard takes away. Dillard one hit today, was hit by a pitch. He is the 9th and final man to hit 7 times for the Tigers. Bryce Clavon is on deck if he can get aboard.
That's what you need to do, right? You just need to get a guy on board. And then you got the top of the order.
High strike.
You just want to get the tying run to the plate. That's what you're trying to do right now, is get the tying run to the plate, give yourself a chance.
2-2. Glauber's got one more strike to find. Can he do it on pitch 100 of his outing? No.
I thought for sure he was going to go to the slider right there.
Oh, yeah.
I thought for sure he was going to go to the slider.
I think Dillard probably did too. It's been his favorite pitch to righties. High fly ball left field. Giving chase. Foul ground. The catch is made. What a way to end it for French. Lost the glasses, got the baseball. Look at this again. Final out.
Those last 2 plays on the fence are both outstanding. That's over the fence right there. That's a really nice job by French. All right, good things happen. He has a 4th-year senior, stay with it, and good things happen right there.
They needed to find 42 outs today, TR, and they did it. And the difference late was the defense. Plain and simple. North Carolina made the plays. Clemson could not. That's why North Carolina is able to even the series.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good played game, both of them long. A lot of competition. You know, both two teams competed. They left it out on the field. You know, it's tough for Clemson right there to lose like that. But now you got to bounce back, right? You still got a chance to win the series tomorrow. That's going to be the message. You come back, got to get some rest, come back out ready tomorrow with some energy, and you still have a chance to win the series.
Yeah, no doubt. How about Glauber gets the win with 6 shutout innings in relief?
Outstanding.
Amazing.
Outstanding.
Hey, great job by our crew here. Had to work overtime. Kurt Sutton, the whole crew back in Jervey. For Tom Reginas, I'm William Quaggamush saying so long from Clemson. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time on ACC Network.